Good morning. To the Ferguson family, Dean Lisa A. Crooms-Robinson, faculty advisors, Professors Jesse Bawa, Tunine Chisholm, and Darren Johnson, alum advisor Hayden Smith, Howard Law faculty, staff, and students, our beloved Howard Law community, and all other symposium attendees. Welcome to the 9th annual C. Clyde Ferguson Jr. Symposium. My name is Xavier Ritchie, and I have the privilege of serving as editor-in-chief of the Howard Human and Civil Rights Law Review. Since 2015, the Law Review has annually invested a substantial effort in crafting symposia that address sensitive, ongoing issues in our society. Without your eyes and attention, this effort would go unnoticed. Thus, we thank you for your time. The Law Review tributes its annual symposia to one of the brightest civil rights legal brains to live, former Howard Law Dean C. Clyde Ferguson Jr. Born on November 4th, 1924, in Wilmington, North Carolina, Dean Ferguson was an honors graduate of Harvard Law School, a professor of law at Rutgers University and Harvard Law School, a decorated World War II veteran, the General Counsel of the United States Commission on Civil Rights, a board member of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, and the third United States ambassador to Uganda. Plainly, the world saw Dean Ferguson as a civil and human rights pioneer. Or, as one would say today, he stood on business. So those are his accolades, but you are probably asking yourself, who was he as a person? I will provide a brief excerpt from Memories of Clyde by Bodie G. Foster, a 1984 article published as part of a Harvard Law Review issue dedicated to Dean Ferguson. Clyde affirmed his sense of self-worth without negating the worth of others. He did not have to negate whiteness in order to affirm his Blackness, nor did he have to affirm his Americanness by negating foreignness. He did not have to affirm his professional reputation by negating the accomplishments of his non-academic friends, such as John Lang, the cab driver who chauffeured him for many years. His ability to affirm without negating is an important key in understanding Clyde's personal life. It will help you understand why he was not overcome by bitterness when he did not receive the same kind and number of job offers that his classmates of lesser ability and accomplishment received upon completing law school. It will also help you understand why he harbored no ill feeling toward those senior colleagues who were skeptical about the appropriateness of chairing him at Harvard. Clyde knew the secret of how to affirm without negating, and he tried to share it with those who got to know him. I hope you will try to learn it. By so doing, you will bring honor to his memory. Those benevolent words provide even more reason to pridefully carry on Dean Ferguson's legacy. With that said, I again warmly welcome everyone and hope you not only enjoy the symposium, but use it as a tool to change the world. I will now turn it over to the Law Review's managing editor, Ashley Brickhouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Xavier, and welcome everyone to the ninth annual C. Clyde Ferguson Symposium. We have an engaging and thought-provoking day planned. This year's symposium is entitled Voices Unchained, Exploring the Intersection Between Expression, Law, and Liberty. Over the course of the day, our panelists will discuss the legal implication of banning books in prison, the use of art as a powerful tool in legal advocacy, the overlooked inherent right to joy, and the First Amendment chilling effect of using rap lyrics in criminal trials. I would first like to take a moment to recognize the members of the Howard Human and Civil Rights Law Review whose diligent work made this symposium possible. Desi Agumnafun, Jasmine Marchbanks Owens, Sierra Charles, Tamara Dorsey, Emmanuel Mamo, Nathaniel Robinson, and Samuel Rhymes. Our first panel is from 11:30 to 12:30 entitled, I Know Why the Caged Bird Reads, and will be about the current state of banned books in prison. We will then break for lunch from 12:30 to 1:30. Come back excited because we then dive into our keynote address at 1:35 by Gloria J. Browne Marshall, entitled Between the Keynote Address on the Use of Art in Advocacy. Next, from 2:30 to 3:40, we have an eye-opening panel entitled Beyond Survival, a conversation with Dean Lisa Crooms-Robinson, Brence Pernell, and Brittney Cooper on the right to joy. Finally, we will round out our enlightening day with our final panel at 3:45 entitled The Rap of Solomon, which will be a fireside chat on censorship and music with Professor Tuning Chisholm and Emerson Sykes. Thank you all again for taking the time to attend our 9th annual Ferguson Symposium. And now it's my honor to pass the podium to Dean Crooms-Robinson for opening remarks and memorial for the late Moira Ferguson. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm having some technical difficulties, so I'm hoping that you all can hear me. So good morning and welcome to the C. Clyde Ferguson symposium. It used to be a lecture. Oh, good, you can hear me. Sorry, this is really a little disjointed, but thank you for joining us. And I'm here at this point to welcome all of you who are attending and to say a few words about Eve Ferguson, who passed away since our last time together. Eve was Dean Ferguson's youngest daughter, and in some ways very committed to the legacy left at Howard and what it is that we have continued to do in his name. Even though she wasn't a lawyer, she appreciated lawyers, having been raised by a masterful one. Eve and I were friends, and I don't think we were classmates at Howard, but we went to Howard undergrad together. And in her own words, Eve described herself as a journalist, an art collector, and a global citizen. And I think that that really captures the spirit of Eve. Later on in life, Eve adopted a Swahili name, Nafie, which in Swahili means soul, the spirit or essence of a person that lives on after they die. And I think that perhaps it was a bit of foreshadowing on her part, but it provides us with yet another opportunity to appreciate the person that she was and her willingness not just to share herself, but her family legacy with us here at the law school. I looked through old emails. We won't talk about what that means in terms of how long I keep emails, but the last email that I have from her noted that, and this is in 2022, that at that point she had decided that she was finally going to begin writing her father's biography. I hope that there was some work done on that, and that perhaps there are students current students on this webinar who may in fact be inclined to pick up that torch and ensure that the story of C. Clyde Ferguson is told from a place of love and appreciation. We can't possibly equal what it is that Eve would have done in that sense, but we can do our best to do right by not just former Dean Ferguson, but our dear friend and comrade, Eve. So with that, I invite everyone to observe a moment of silence to mark her passing. If we were together, perhaps we would pour libations, say ashe, and say rest easy, my friend. We'll carry on the work that you dedicated so much of your life to. And with that, I pass it off to the next person on the program.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Dean Crooms. I really appreciate you being able to go into the history and give us a bit more context of the legacy that they have left behind. Now, my name is Jasmine Marchbanks. Hello, everybody that is here. I am an HCR and I'm a 3L. I would like to now introduce our next panel called I Know Why the Caged Bird Reads. First, I would like to introduce our panelists. Our first panelist is Sonia Kumar. Sonia is a senior staff attorney at the ACLU of Maryland. Sonia works with people serving parolable life sentences and their loved ones to develop meaningful opportunities for release. Her work spans throughout Maryland courts through advocacy, direct representation, and litigation. She is also a co-founder of the Life Family Support Network and manages the Maryland Parole Partnership, which pairs parole candidates with pro bono counsel to assist them. Through this work, Sonia has had the privilege of working with people behind the walls and their loved ones on efforts to protect and expand the First Amendment in Maryland prisons and jails. Thank you so much, Sonia, for all of the incredible work you do. Our next guest is Moira Marquis. Moira Marquis is the senior manager of the Free Write Project, a Mellon-funded initiative in the Prison and Justice Writing Department at PEN America. Ms. Marquis has many years of experience teaching writing in both secondary and higher education, as a leading Asheville Prison Books and co-founding Saxapaw Prison Books. She has a PhD in English from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Thank you again for all of the work you do. I know a lot of our students are alum of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, so they're definitely rooting you on and excited to hear you today. Our next panelist is Randall Horton. Randall is a recipient of the Gwendolyn Brooks Poetry Award at the Bea Gonzalez Poetry Award, the Great Lakes College Association New Writers Award for Creative Nonfiction, and a National Endowment of the Arts Fellowship in Literature. He is a member of an experimental performance group, Heroes Are Gang Leaders, which received the 2018 American Book Award in the oral literature, and their latest musical project, the Baraka Sessions, was named the Best Vocal Jazz Album by NPR in 2019. Randall's latest collection of poetry, published by the University of Kentucky Press in fall 2020, received 2021 American Book Award received the 2021 American Book Award. Dr. Horton is a professor of English at the University of New Haven. Thank you so much for joining us. And our last panelist, but not least, is Orlando Johnson, a fellow Bison. Mr. Johnson is a racial justice and criminal justice reform attorney based in the Washington metropolitan area. While he was a clinical law student at Howard University School of Law, then called Human and Civil Rights Clinic, he worked on the Prison Book Censorship Report, a project that explores the arbitrary book paneling policies throughout the United States. Orlando has since committed his practice to advocating for vulnerable communities by advancing proactive legislation and policies that make resources more accessible and keep youth from being implicated in the prison industrial system. Thank you so much, Orlando, for coming to join us. As a fellow hustler, it's very exciting to see you doing so much. Really, all of the panelists, it's very exciting to see all of the ways and avenues that you all have decided to move forth within the legal community. And I hope for myself that I'm able to make as much of an impact as you have. Now, I would like to introduce what is this panel about. So the I Know Why the Cage Bird Rings is a panel that talks about the suppression of books within the prison industrial system. So the suppression of books is sadly not a new occurrence in our nation. However, what distinguishes the present situation is the deliberate targeting of literature depicting people of color and gender diversity, a challenge of unprecedented magnitude. Teachers across the nation find themselves under the threat and restricted by vague and overbroad laws that characterize discussions on race and gender as divisive. The intensification of this assault on knowledge is particularly evident within our prison systems. Shockingly, the current number of Black men incarcerated suppresses the count of those who were enslaved during the antebellum period. As our nation continues to restrict rights and erect barriers for the incarcerated, it becomes crucial for us to closely examine the plight of those who are silenced and pushed to the outskirts of society. I'm thrilled to introduce our panel of esteemed experts from diverse fields who will delve into the legal and ethical dimensions of book censorship and its impact on rehabilitation. Our panel, titled I Know Why the Cage Bird Reads, a panel on the current state of banned books in prison, aims to shed light on this issue, amplifying the voices of those facing censorship behind bars and fostering a deeper understanding of the challenges of our society. Next, I will read our moderators, or I will introduce our moderator. This is a very exciting thing for me to do, as Professor Cunningham taught me torts 1L year and has continued to be an inspiration with all of the things that she is doing inside the classroom and outside of the classroom. Christi Cunningham is a professor at the Howard University School of Law and director of the Education Rights Center. She served as an associate assistant secretary for the regulatory affairs at the Department of Labor from 2009 to 2012. She also served as a regulatory officer managing the department's relationship with the White House Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs. As a professor at Howard Law, she teaches education law curriculum and torts. Students in her workforce development class have participated inside and outside learning within the DC jail and collaborating with the DC Mayor's Office on returning citizen affairs. She has also received awards for teaching and service directed to the Legal Reasoning, Research, and Writing program, and taught labor and employment law, law and poverty, gender and the law, civil procedure, and human rights in South Africa. Basically, if you have any questions about the law, Professor Cunningham can answer. She's also served as a consultant to the South African government's asset forfeiture division. Her scholarship focuses on issues of traumatized systems and education, as well as race and gender. Notably, and very impressive to me, she also served as a law clerk for the Honorable Constance Baker Motley and was an associate at Du Bois Pimpleton, in New York City prior to entering academia. She's received her JD from Yale Law School and a BA and BS from Southern Methodist University. She's done more, you all. She's also co-founded a nonprofit anti-violence organization that worked to coordinate faith-based social services in Northeast and Southeast in Washington, D.C. In addition, she's also worked as a sexual assault response team coordinator in the DC Rape Crisis Center and mediated disputes between consumers and service providers from the DC Department of Mental Health. So we are very excited, very honored to have Professor Cunningham and all of our wonderful panelists to talk about such a pressing issue in our society. And without further ado, I have the privilege and honor of passing the mic to Professor Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. I really appreciate the introduction, and I am honored and grateful for the opportunity to serve as moderator. I would like to thank the Law Review, Dean Crooms-Robinson for allowing the program to go forward, and all the students at Howard, and for this amazing community that I get to live and work in. I love the topic of the symposium this year. It has to do with the theme of freedom, voices unchained, and our particular panel having to do with the voices of people who are held behind bars and incarceration, and why the caged bird reads. And each of us on this panel just received an amazing introduction from, I call her Marchbanks Owens because I refer to my students by their last names. So it's a little awkward for me to initially refer to her as Jasmine. So we just received a great introduction. Marchbanks Owens should have introduced herself, by the way. She just has had like one award after another. If I had thought about it, I would have prepared a reverse introduction on all of her accomplishments. So congratulations to her in particular. But we each just received an amazing introduction from Marchbanks Owens. But I'd like to just take a few minutes, maybe two, from each of us, just to say, particularly, how do you come to this work that this panel is about? How do you come to discussing banned book? What brings you as an individual to the topic of banned books in correctional facilities? So why don't we go in the order in which she introduced us, and begin with Sonia Kumar.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for putting on this symposium and for allowing me to be a part of this really important discussion. So I'm Sonia Kumar. I'm a senior staff attorney at the ACLU of Maryland, and I really come to this through having had the privilege of working with people serving life sentences and their families in Maryland as they try to create meaningful second chances. And what that has looked like in Maryland is, first of all, I think it bears saying that in Maryland, our state population is about 30% Black, but our prison population is 80% Black. We lead the nation in having some of the worst racial disparities in the country, and that is extremely relevant to how content has been censored in the Maryland prison system. But really, I come to this having learned from and alongside the people we work with who have done everything right, trying to turn themselves around, and often are seeking to improve themselves and use books and access to knowledge as ways to improve themselves and prepare themselves for release. And there's a whole range of ways in which we've seen the prison system in Maryland censor people in their quest for knowledge, and I'm glad to talk more about that as the panel continues.
Thank you all for convening this and for inviting me to be here. I'm really excited to speak with everyone about this really important issue and to have all these young, amazing law students come up and do some great work challenging these awful policies. I stumbled into a prison book program as a volunteer and just immediately fell in love with giving people free books. They would write letters. I got to pick them out of I got to pick books that corresponded to their interests out of a library of donated books. And it was like sending somebody a Christmas present every single day. And I also encountered in that process tons of facilities that just said you can't send somebody a free book. I encountered, limitations on the quantity of books, whether something was hardcover, all kinds of challenges getting books returned as content was, inadmissible or a threat to security. And it really informed my interest in it, which I undertook a very rigorous research project of this recently and published a report that tried to get as much information as possible. But a lot of this is covert and hidden, particularly for the reason that, a lot of it's very shameful. They don't want us to know what they're censoring. So I'm really excited to talk more about it.
Okay, am I up? Is it me? Okay. All right. Hello, hi everyone. First of all, thanks for having me on the panel. It's definitely great to be here. How did I come into this thing, man? Okay, so I'll get right to it. So in 1998, I was in the middle of a 10-year bid up at Roxbury Correctional Facility in Hagerstown, Maryland, right? And so my sentence was, I came back to Montgomery County. I had a lady apply for what they call a modification of sentence. I was actually released from prison and sent to a 2-year program in North Carolina. I completed that 2-year program and came back to DC. I actually ended up getting a Bachelor's of Arts from the University of the District of Columbia, though I spent 4 years at Howard University, but that's another story for another day. And so throughout that journey, it was, starting that journey was books, obviously. Well, I don't know if you want to say obviously, but for me it was. I was mentored by E. Ethelbert Miller, a poet from Washington, D.C. Fast forward, I get a BA, MFA, PhD. I teach at the University of New Haven. I'm the only full tenure professor in the United States with 7 felony convictions. I have a program, organization called Radical Reversal. And what we do is we install recording studios and creative spaces within the carceral state. We currently have 3, one in Birmingham, Alabama, at a youth detention center. We have one at Boston, Suffolk County House of Corrections, and we have one in Minnesota Faribault. So that's the kind of work that I do. So I'm involved with a lot of this stuff constantly, all the time. There you go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Randall Johnson. Before I start, I really just want to express my gratitude for being here. I remember going to Howard Law and knowing I had like 300 pages due on the same day as the symposium and just praying that the professor would suspend her class so that we can go here instead of briefing the cases. So it means a lot to be here. There's been some really great people who have graced this stage, Supreme Court justices, and a whole bunch of social engineers and individuals who really made an impact in kind of world and the community that we're able to navigate today. But how I ended up doing this work, I used to be a graphic designer when I was an undergraduate and what I was going to school for. I picked up a minor in African-American studies. And one of the programs that kind of connected both of those schools of study while I was at George Mason was this initiative called Windows from Prison. And essentially what was happening was, because DC didn't have a prison, any individual who was convicted of a crime would be sent out throughout the nation. And they would be thousands, hundreds of thousands of miles away from home. So what this initiative attempted to do, and I believe it came out of VCU, is that they would take these pictures, they would ask the incarcerated folk, individuals at these jails, prisons throughout the nation, what would you want to see if you could look out your window, right? And many people would say like their grandma's house, their mom's house, their friend's house, the corner store they used to hang out at. Some people would suggest that, different places they wish they would have visited before they had been incarcerated. And they would take these pictures and then they would mail them into the prisons so that these incarcerated people can get them and be able to put them on this jail cell while they were there. And me as a graphic designer had a lot of art projects that we were working on. We were tasked with ultimately building this installation that would ultimately depict how big a jail cell would be, hoping that individuals begin to start to have empathy for those who were incarcerated and then understand that there's humanity there as well. It inspired my work while I was at George Mason. I know I wanted to use my degree or my education to ultimately uplift the Black community moving forward. So I decided to go to Howard University School of Law around the same time I was coming in. Professor Hanford was coming in as well to start what was then known as the Humanist Civil Rights Clinic, and kind of having a full circle moment while I was there. He had me work on the prison book censorship report, which was this initiative that initially began with Muriel Fanon Mendez-France, the daughter of France Fanon, who was looking in how her father's book, Black Skin, White Mask, was being banned in the Midwest. And we started to connect what was going on in the Midwest to other states and other regions, and began to realize that there was an arbitrary method that was going across the entire nation of different prisons just banning books for the most arbitrary, capricious reasons. So we expanded the research to a national front and started to research every penitentiary and what their rules were in terms of how incarcerated individuals would have access to books. And I got published while I was in law school, and I was able to come back as a fellow for the Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Center to kind of continue that work in terms of book banning, except more so in an education space. So I'm looking forward to continue the conversation with our esteemed guests for the panel. Looking forward to see what we can unearth today.
Okay, that's wonderful. I'll take the last turn. I'm the director of the Education Rights Center. I think I was asked to moderate this panel because of my my views, sometimes controversial, of the whole attack on K-12 education or education in general in terms of censorship. I view the whole thing as a trap, a conservative trap to try to really colonize knowledge by taking a space that belongs to everybody and reclaiming some of it as true and trying to discard the rest of it by making it appear alien. And that I think that is magnified in correctional in jails and prisons. So I'm really looking forward to our conversation, and that's what I'd like for us to have as we move into the content, further into the content of the panel, is to have a conversation and for us to talk about the who, what, why, and how of banned books. So talking about who first, anybody, let's see how this works. Anybody can jump in into the conversation as if we were sitting around a coffee table, and just talk about who are the people, both inside and outside of incarcerated spaces, who are affected by banned books.
I'll hop in just to get the ball rolling. I'll be the bunny. I think I would argue that, one of the things is, from what I see, obviously, the people who are there, the residents. But I would also argue too, the people who sort of like hold the keys as well. They're sort of like, because they have that same access to read and to the library and to do those sort of things, right? And so I've seen situations through the work, some of the work I'm doing with Freedom Reads, which is an organization that installs libraries within prisons. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but if not, look them up, freedomreads.org. But one of the things we find out there is talking with them is, and then what I see within my own program is that, you know, both parties are affected, you know what I mean? Because they have to coexist in this space, right? And so some of the times you might find them reading something and you're like, why are you reading that? You know, or not why you're reading that, but it would be surprising that you see some, but people do that, right? And that's what I'm saying. People talking about guards, I'm talking about the COs, the people who sort of like hold the keys, right? So obviously, I mean, for me, I think both of those things are important because they need to have that access too. You know what I mean? But of course, I want to, you know, centering those who are there, you know, that's paramount. I mean, I think that's the way you begin to imagine something outside of yourself. That's the way you begin to sort of reconcile some of the things that maybe you're dealing with because you can see something that you've never seen before through words and through language. But also the general public, you know what I mean? I think it's just sort of like doing a disservice to the sort of society and, you know, the social structure in which we live to sort of deny that access to a total and complete picture of who we are. You know what I mean? I think we often think that we, you know, we're not, you know, we always talking about Black being non-monolithic, but we are a non-monolithic people as well. You know what I mean? And I think, you know, the sooner that we realize that diversity that we are is what is united, and we're going to be forever divided. So there's a lot of stuff going on there.
Anyone else have thoughts about the who that we're talking, the humanity or the faces that we're talking about when we're talking about banned books?
First of all, Professor Horton, it's a pleasure to meet you. I wonder if we might know some of the same people, but I just want to say, so a lot of the work that we've done has been with people who were sent to prison as kids, right? People who got life for something they did when they're 15 or 16. And I think part of what is so important is to add a little bit more dimension to like the reality that the people that we put in prison, like without in any way diminishing that people have done real harms and hurt others also, right? That's part of the reality of what's in prison, is that it's like, that's where we put people with the least social advantage. That's where we put people who have been also harmed the most by society and been given the fewest chances. And so I think that is also an important part to remember of the WHO. So for to offer one perspective, you know, one of the things that has been so remarkable to me is to see how they're part of the WHO are people who are hungry for growth, people who are hungry for other narratives about who they are, who are coming into themselves, and who are hungry to learn. And I feel like that is a narrative that is completely ignored, and also people who have a lot to offer and insights of their own, right? There's also many people inside who write books while they're inside, and that's another dynamic.
I completely agree with everything everyone's already said. I would just add that like Professor Cunningham said, the censorship of literature in carceral spaces is reflective of like a broader kind of aim to control and limit knowledge outside of carceral spaces, and that, you know, prisons are not apart from our society. They're more extreme in many ways examples of how, you know, our culture operates, but they're very consistent, I think, with a lot of other kind of you know, ideologies of social control that we see in a lot of other spaces, including public schools. And undergirding censorship in general is the idea that certain information, certain knowledge can be a threat to society. And oftentimes the things that are labeled as threatening go against dominant narratives. So, you know, anything that would point, like in prisons, for example, there are a lot of books about what it's like to live in prison are banned, which makes no sense if you think about it, because everyone living in there knows what it's like. So why? But it's because I think they don't want to affirm people's lived experience. They don't want to affirm, yes, you are being treated unfairly. Yes, there is historical disadvantage that, you know, and we see this across the spectrum with a lot of things that they're trying to do, you know, the states of Georgia and South Carolina trying to get faculty to submit their syllabi, you know, looking for CRT and that kind of stuff. I mean, it's the same kind of mechanism. So I think we're all suffering from this, essentially, even if we're not incarcerated.
Thank you very much, Professor Marquis. That's it's a wonderful comment and also a great segue to the next section about the what. I'd like to make one more comment about the who. As the director of the Education Rights Center, that the who, and this also follows up on Attorney Kumar's comment, the who are often people who've been failed by the K-12 public education system, right? And that's the irony, right? The school to prison pipeline fails them, and for a significant degree for that reason, they wind up incarcerated, and then while incarcerated, the process of education through book banning fails again. So it's just maybe it's consistency. Yeah, I don't know whether it's irony or consistency, but I think that's another part of the who, people who've already been failed by public education. So with Professor Marquis's segue in terms of content, let's move on to the next question, which is the what of banned books in carceral spaces. What is the scale, and what is the character and the nature of the books that are being banned in jails and prisons? Anybody can jump in.
If it's okay, I'd like to just jump in with a Maryland example. And so this is a little bit different from the censorship of individual books. But in 2018, the Maryland DOC adopted an institutional bulletin saying, from this point forward, the only way to get books was to order through one of two vendors that had been approved by the DOC, and they had to be paperback books. And these two vendors were overstock vendors. So they were like vendors who have all the books that no one wants to read, right? I mean, like random titles that you're like, I don't know why somebody would think we needed a book on that. And the other thing the institutional bulletin did was said, even though there are already regulations limiting the volume of paper property people could have, they also adopted this very arbitrary restriction saying you can only have 10 books. You can only ever have 10 books, which in effect, just to put it in context, made books contraband. Any books, right? Because once it's in excess of the amount of property that you're allowed, it's contraband. And that was not based on their content. That was just based on the volume. And I want to just give you a sense of the book. One of the, we did look to see sort of from these vendors, what books could you get? You couldn't get I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. You couldn't get anything by Aldous Huxley. You couldn't get oh my gosh, just like anything. Basically almost every book in existence would be denied because you only could order through these two vendors. And that gets at kind of what Moira was saying, which is also this way in which books we communicate through books, right? Sharing a book is also an act of sharing knowledge. And I think part of the what is this assumption that people in prison and the people who love or care about people in prison don't care about knowledge. don't care about learning, don't have a desire to learn. And that's why it's okay to do things like that. I'm very proud to say that working with folks inside and their families, we were able to demand that they rescind the policy because it violated the First Amendment pretty clearly. But there have been a lot of ways in which there are these very broad sort of security-based arguments that are not based on the content of an individual book, but of sort of how you get it. And that has the functional effect of censoring basically like all books or vast swaths of books, and really affecting the ability of people on the outside to communicate with people on the inside in a way like parents and kids who wanted to do read books together as a way of staying connected, or husband and wife book clubs or things like that. So that's a one Maryland example of one, you know, in terms of really the scale of censorship that happens.
So like, while I was at Howard Law and we were taking Professor Crichton's class, there's this thing they call ensuring that they maintain the academic interests of the school. And this is something that they would do to ensure that, in that sense, that even if you have a freedom of speech, we also as a school have an obligation to ensure that we're creating a proper academic space for students to learn. But this was also being implemented in prisons in terms of one of the stipulations that they would have, sometimes will be in law, sometimes will be their prison policy, is in order to ensure the penitentiary interests of the prison. And essentially what this is there to establish is to say that we feel like we need to put certain things in play that may impede upon individuals' freedom of expression, but we need it to ensure that we can maintain the safety, security, as well as kind of the reformative or punitive measures that we're trying to implement amongst individuals who are incarcerated. So what that would mean in essence is that they would have like the stipulation that play a role in terms of their ability to determine what books were coming into prisons and what books were not able to come into prison. And the issue with that is that the method that they were utilizing many times through the report that we were doing was arbitrary. So you would look at a book and say, well, why is this book being banned? Because it discussed racial matters that could cause racial animus. But the only aspect of racial animus that's causing there is basically highlighting that the framework or the laws that were in place were unjust, which is interesting because I would not see the same thing for books that would deal with the Revolutionary War, the Boston Tea Party, that will also have revolutionary aspects, or even in cases where the Bible would not necessarily be banned, even though we have that entire chapter in Genesis that deals with, you know, freeing the slaves from Egypt. So it was very arbitrary in the sense of how they were utilizing it in certain topics, but not applying it to others. And I think the reason why in which a lot of this plays is because when I was in undergrad, one of the things I learned while I was in a sociology class is that prison acts as a method to re-socialize individuals that are coming through those doors, and those who are behind bars. And in essence, the belief, or at least feeling that I have there, is that people feel that that is an opportunity to really re-socialize individuals who are incarcerated, individuals who in which may have had a particular culture or history, or understanding of their history, so that they can ultimately implement them back in a more whitewash perspective, in a more whitewash frame of mind. So they're utilizing that, taking the books that you do have access to and making sure that you don't get more ammunition while you're in prison during that time. And I think it's also there to, you know, of course, to establish the status quo as well, to ensure that you're creating this culture where in which you have control. Because I think that there's a level of erasure that's going on here, and it's something that we're seeing in prison, but it's also happening in the academic framework right now, where you see these divisive concept laws that are coming. And it's like me working with the prison book censorship report, and then working on the anti-CRT laws when I was with the Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Center. A lot of the things, a lot of the arbitrary measures that they're utilizing now in schools have been utilized in prisons years before. So I think there's this ongoing effort to really sanitize the image of America through education that takes place in school, as well as using it as an opportunity to re-socialize those who are being incarcerated by the book in which they have access to.
I don't really have a whole lot to add to that. I'm just thinking, I think everybody kind of said what needed to be said. With that said, the work that we're doing, I think we've been kind of, it's been interesting because we're in Alabama, probably, you know how that is in terms of a lot of things. And we actually have a great relationship in terms of books and the kids getting, it begins with the collaboration for me with the directors of the facility and things like that. But this one is really, really progressive. So she thinks outside the box. So I don't, I think I don't want to necessarily add on to anything, someone had. I don't really have a whole lot to add to that. Yeah, I think, yeah, I don't want to like be rhetorical. So
That's good. That's both. Actually, I like that juxtaposition between Attorney Johnson and Randall Horton, um, in terms of, and it's also a good segue to the why. But I just was taken aback a little bit by the word collaboration that you just used.
oh, I mean, we work in prisons, man. It has to be a collaboration. I mean, we just can't go in there and tell them folks what to do. I mean, but I do look at it like that. It's a collaboration between the people in the community, and it's a collaboration between us and the warden or the director of the youth detention center, the person who's running whatever unit it is. And so we actually, we believe in that. Because we can't, that's the only way we're going to get anything done. That's the way on the way, because we believe in that change from the inside out. And so at the Youth Detention Center, Miss Monique Greer, African-American woman, very, very progressive. We go down there and do it was our pilot program. We do all kind of programming down there, literacy, music. We meet them in the languages that they practice, and we start from there. And even in the DOC, it is, we have to, because in order for us to do what we have to do, we have to have that sort of relationship with the people who are holding the keys. So everybody's not going to be like that, but the people that we work with, we demanded that they be kind of like that, or we're not going to work with them. But you know what I mean? And so I think that's part of it too. But the thing about it is, once we begin to do some of these, we have a lot of people, a lot of wardens like trying to holler at us, how can we have this thing in our space? So sometimes it's interesting, I don't want to get off topic, but if you build it, they're going to come, man. I know the other thing I wanted to add too is I'm a program manager with this new project with the American Library Association. They just did the new standards, right? And they're coming out. So they're actually really thinking about this really hard too, in terms of access to books. And what does that mean? And so, even they're thinking about the whole concept. Like, when I said about thinking about those who hold the keys as part of that equation. So I don't know. It just seems like we get more done when we sort of like in that mode, and we kind of are able to do the things that we want to do. You know what I mean? And when I said that too, when I said about the guards being part of this, I mean, every time we put a studio in, we put this whole space in, the first people who are actually there are the guards. And they're actually all in the stand wondering how all of this stuff is working. They're interested, and they're just as curious as the people that we're doing it for. And so, we have to change, so I'm talking about change. So like that's how we begin to change minds and change people's in terms of this whole stereotypical idea of what the person being detained is. Comes with a whole lot of stereotypical things from language. I call about the language of incarceration is just as strangling as anything else. You know what I mean? What is a convict? You know what I mean? What is a felon? I'm not an ex anything. You know what I mean? I promise you I'm not. And because I know we all know people who are riding to the core right now, but they're good. So that means nothing to me. You know what I mean? And so I was just in the panel last night for the Martin Luther King Vision Award, and the congressman got up there talking about, we don't want anybody. And I know what he was talking about, to be a felon, to be president. And we just having a conversation about being felons, and we got people who are in the audience who are actually on campus going to school or whatever. So I had to tell him afterward. I had to put him in his face. I'm like, look, let me tell you something, man. I didn't want to embarrass him. But that's the stigma we got, too. I didn't want to get off topic with that, but you kind of went down that road a little bit, so I apologize.
That was wonderful.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
No, I mean, that's fantastic. You're talking about solutions, right?
No,
And
that's the whole thing. It's like, it's solution based. I mean, we totally believe that. I mean, the people that I try to keep in my social warrior spirit, my collaborators, that's what we do. You know what I mean? We do the things that people think that you can't do. You know what I mean? That's what this requires. To think of people say, how do you put a recording studio? I mean, when I say recording studio, I'm talking about a whole studio. Instruments, drums, machine, a whole workstation, screen TV. We talking about the whole thing. We're not talking about a little, so we want to come in like that. That's the thing that we demand from the beginning, to sort of be treated as something that's going to really change, a place for change, for those who we're trying to serve. And that includes books, because we can't do anything unless they're reading. No writer becomes a good writer without reading it. So we press that. You know what I mean? So far we haven't had some, but I do know some cases, some of my friends have written about, how to make a shank in prison, and, they won't put the book in there. They won't put the book in, in the DOC. And a couple other things, especially when you're talking about things that are sort of like a representative of, like, real life cinema inside on the inside, and you're trying to give people their world, to tell them, it's not all that too, but I think people get it mixed up, because sometimes people write about the love that happens. You know what I'm saying? Like there's some human interaction there. And I think that gets sort of mixed up in terms of like what these people, what everybody's going to do. You know what I mean? So I think that whole mindset needs to change. So anyway.
so you've been talking about a success story, and I would guess that a lot of that success story has to do with you, like, and who you are and the strength that you bring to the situation. But
I know, Planet, I didn't come, I know when I say I had another life, I know it. I'm not playing with that. No. I mean, it's like I went to the other Howard, the one that Mr. Coach doesn't talk about. That's the one I went to. So I understand that. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not coming from one position. I know the success stories. Hell, I was a failure until I was a success. You know what I mean? I mean, and so that happened too. And I guess where you're getting at is, how do we sort of like, I mean, I understand what you're saying, paying attention to those who aren't successful, and how do they sort of like, how do we pull them up too?
Well, right. I guess I want to have the question about the why. Like, if you're not in Alabama and working with Randall Horton, and you're somewhere else, why are books being banned? Like,
right. I mean, it depends on what state you're in. Obviously, if I'm in Florida, if I'm in Arizona, that might be a sort of a different picture. I'm in one of the probably a liberal. Well, I guess Minnesota would be a liberal state. But we haven't us personally, we haven't come into that yet. So I'm just going to be honest with you. You know what I mean? I can talk about what other people's experience. We haven't had an experience where we can't bring a book in. We haven't.
wow.
But we're not. I mean, we're like, we're like, I think 4 now. We're getting ready to do another youth detention center in Oregon. For me, I like youth detention centers, because I think the directors are a little bit more, more in tune, and they have more liberty too. But also, that's the population we really love to, because you even talked about it, K through 12, right? And so for me, as much as I like to be in the DOC and the detention centers, I think youth detention centers is where we learn everything. We learn how to do our programming. The kids teach us so much about what they want and what they need. You know what I mean?
So Moira, Sonia, or Orlando, do you any of y'all have thoughts about why? Orlando, you talked about it a little bit, but do any of y'all have thoughts about what's the purpose of banning books?
Social control.
Well,
I mean,
social control, obviously. I mean, it's who controls the narrative. I mean, it's the controllers of the narrative, and so that's a social design. It's by design, and it's it's sort of like those who are afraid of the different, the other. You know what I mean? They're not tolerant, and they twist their views up into some sort of social moral, some sort of like righteous morality in their eyes. That is the most sinister thing that we probably ever seen. I don't know.
But
Sonia, is that
also
what you meant?
a little bit, but also I think so. I want to use some Maryland examples. And and this is where like I think the racial dynamics are so incredibly important, because like in Hagerstown or Cumberland, Maryland, all of the guards are white, and the decision makers are white, and the population of people who are inside are Black, and there is are predominantly Black, right, because of everything. And so, what I'm thinking about when Professor Horton talks is how it would be different if the people making the rules or reviewing what was going in were Black, and would they feel less threatened? So to give examples of things, that this is not going to come as any surprise, I think, to anyone on this panel, I was looking back at, so one of the things that we do is when we're working with folks who are getting ready to try to come home through parole or the courts, they were going through their disciplinary records, right? And so we look at what the write-ups are for. And sometimes it sounds really bad. So category 100 is like the worst. It's like the most serious rule violation you can have in Maryland. And I looked back at one of our folks, and he had a rule violation, rule 100. I'm like, oh no. And then you look at it, and it was literally, he was trying to organize a sit-in for more education and programming for lifers. And that was a category 1. Or this one was a gentleman who, still inside, was trying to organize, he created a petition to create a lost and found Nation of Islam group. Okay, just literally a piece of paper with names on it. For that, there were multiple memos recommending that he be placed in solitary confinement for 1 year, at least 1 year. That's because that was the maximum period. Because he was, and I'm reading the language here, information received from a reliable source revealed that inmate so-and-so is solely responsible for organizing a potential security threat group. And this was in 2000, the year 2000. So I think that sort of speaks for itself. I don't want to dominate the conversation, but I think it's social control and fear of what will happen if people have knowledge and awareness and organize and an understanding of what they can do. And part of the problem that I think is very important for us to acknowledge is that courts and the general public have been extremely deferential to prisons and institutions when they say that. And very rarely are we, the public, in the position of actually looking behind the label of what they've said as a security threat or understanding the rationale, right? What we see, what judges see, what parole commissioners see is, this guy has a category 100. They say he is a public safety risk. He's so dangerous, they had to put him in solitary for a year. Meanwhile, literally, he had a piece of paper, was like, let's get a lost and found Nation of Islam group in here.
I don't know if I will be getting too meta with this. I apologize, but I hope that I think as lawyers, this might be, potentially, I hope, at least thought-provoking. So, what Attorney Kumar is talking about in terms of banning literature in toto because of approved vendors status, like that has ballooned in the last 5 years. In 2015, about 30% of prisons said you could only purchase new books from certain vendors. Those were the only ones that allowed. Now it's about 80%. And increasingly we see with the introduction of tablets that there's back-end censorship. So like what's available on the tablet is the only thing that you can access. And there are people at the DOC, unelected officials who, we don't even necessarily know who they are, who are making decisions about the content on there. And so it functions functionally in order to circumvent the kind of censorship that, Attorney Johnson is talking about, where yes, they are banning, literature that they say is racially inciting, usually only certain literature that's racially inciting. I mean, we can find like Mein Kampf in a lot of these libraries, but we can't find, white skin, black or black skin, white masks. Like it's so they are aware of that. And in order to circumvent the lawsuits and the challenges by the dreaded ACLU, among others, they're moving towards this content neutral banning, which just effectively limits the content that they can get in general. But it's all undergirded by legal statutes like the Turner test, foundational lawsuits like Turner v. Safley and Bell v. Wallfish that establish that, civil rights can be legitimately curtailed in the case where somebody has been convicted of, criminal actions. So I wonder conceptually if this is really the best way to organize our society, and thinking back about how rights-based discourse is also like deeply colonial, I wonder, could we frame things less in terms of rights, which can be legitimately revoked under some circumstances, and which it's difficult to argue with from the perspective of somebody that is already incarcerated? They are already denied their rights to liberty and other things. Could we frame it instead more from, like Native scholars have suggested, from a lens of social responsibility? We are all in a society together. We have responsibility to be decent, to share things with each other, to, coexist. Like a society is not just the forced kind of proximity of individuals who are competing with each other for scarce resources. I mean, again, like this is, a very colonial narrative that's really kind of cannibalistic almost. We're going to eat each other under these circumstances. If we frame it more as a social responsibility, reading then becomes a kind of obligation, like especially reading things that are from a perspective that you don't have the lived experience of, and I think that might be a way to think through like some of the conceptual dead ends that we encounter when we try and challenge this stuff, especially when people really do double down on, okay, these are threats to the social control. Like according to the Turner test, Dungeons and Dragons role-playing game is a threat to the security of this institution. I mean, this is what the circuit courts have ruled. So how do we kind of legally or conceptually like move past that? Maybe a shifting of the baseline is needed, which I don't know if I got too far out there, sorry.
I think you made a good point.
No,
Would you say, can I ask you a question though about that, if you don't mind? Would you say some of that is more commodified in terms of, monetary, incentives, and sort of like, along with that sort of control, it's really a monetary thing? Because you talked about the taverns, and that's huge because they reach the whole state, you know what I'm saying? And to get on there, that's not a cheap date. It is really no, it's not. It's not. It's a lot of money, and but that's the way a lot of organizations and other people get their content and the guys. And so even if they can have, I don't think they have digital books or whatever, they got to pay for all of that. That costs. And so the machine continues to sort of like be this sort of mechanism that sort of like is spurned by the commodity, the economics. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, for sure.
yeah. Thanks.
I think that those are great comments. And there's another light for solutions in your comments. But I'd like to ask a question too. Your solution goes to viewing it from a different perspective as social responsibility. And I guess the question is there an is there an underlying assumption that incarcerated people are seen as human? And is there a desire to have relationship, right? When you're talking about social responsibility, it's kind of like the responsibility within a community. But on the topic of why where we are, we're stuck in like this issue of fear and security. And it's the thought that there's some kind of threat to security from people who are incarcerated. But if you flip that, it could be that there is like, it's not the threat from people who are incarcerated, but the fact that people who are incarcerating or the colonizing power is just inherently insecure. Like, so don't you have to start with why is the society so insecure to lock up, like, for example, Attorney Kumar was talking about the incredible disproportionate numbers of Black people who are incarcerated. So is that about the people who are incarcerated or the insecurity of the society? So maybe is part of the solution talking about the social responsibility of the society and dealing with that insecurity as to, maybe the why books are being banned. But I see that we are getting towards the end of our panel. Let's briefly talk about, and y'all have talked about it already a little bit. So let's combine these two thoughts more about how books are being banned and how those that are being banned are surviving challenges, and to continue talking about solutions in the same time to this phenomenon. After that, we'll take some questions from the audience.
Well, increasingly the lists of approved vendors are just proliferating, but as Attorney Kumar pointed out, this is a clear First Amendment violation, and 100% of cases that go to court that challenge approved vendor policies are overturned as an unconstitutional prior restraint on the freedom of speech. 100%. So I would say, please pass the bar and start filing some lawsuits.
I think I want to say something about that. I mean, I didn't know that, and so Moira, like, definitely want to talk with you afterwards to understand that. But going to the question of solution, so I think there's two things. One is also the importance of ensuring that folks inside know their rights, and this is a very like basic fundamental thing, right? Because the only way I as a lawyer find out is if somebody or their mom or their wife reaches out and says, hey, like, this doesn't feel right that this happened. And making sure, and so one call to action I have for the folks who are participating is, whenever you can, look for opportunities to participate in programs that take you inside. I do think it really is, it's at the heart of so much of what we allow, and this goes to what you were saying, Professor Cunningham, is like, the dehumanizing of people who are incarcerated. And part of that is because they are kept separate, because, that separation and hiding away. And so it can sound really scary when we just hear the label of like, if you're going to a medium with, a group of violent criminals, but then you meet them and you're like, oh my gosh, these are people that I would like live next door to. And I think that like that, every single one of us, no matter where you are, what your job, role, family is, you can play a role in that. And that's a very like individual thing that I think is just cannot be overstated. And I think always question yourself, right? Like, I think like the othering that happens is not just from the right. It is not just from the right. It is I mean, I live in Baltimore. Plenty of that othering happens with Black leaders, with brown leaders, with family members. Grandma who has a grandson who's incarcerated is still also really concerned about violence in her community. And I can't tell if Randall wants to say something about this.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I forgot you was in Baltimore. We're doing a thing at Goucher College.
Oh, okay. Well, we should connect about that. But
yeah, on social justice. Yeah, we're supposed to be going to Jessup. Long story, but anyway, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, well, I look forward to hearing about that. But so I think that just this idea that like there is, and that is something that's absolutely within our control and power to do, is sort of us and who we are proximate to in our own respective circles.
But you see the why right now is like really kind of shifting to more of a content based, or not like a non-content based kind of situation, because they're realizing that a lot of the measures that they're putting in place is controversial, in many cases unconstitutional. So they're getting caught up with that. And one of the things that we covered in the report, which should be on the Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Center's website, is that there were people who were trying to donate books to prisons and they were getting rejected for different reasons. The books were too used, the books had a hardcover, the books, and then when in many cases they'll to donate the books and they won't get any reasoning at all other than it does not meet the penitentiary interest of the jail. But in terms of a more general perspective, I want y'all to pay attention to how kids are being criminalized in DC right now, because how we handle and navigate criminality is how we end up having these issues down the road. And a lot of people have that sense of peace of mind, thinking that the reason they're able to walk the streets is because their nation, their community, their municipality is doing what they should do in order to keep all the dangerous people off the streets. But when the dangerous people look like your kids, that creates a problem and an issue. So when they get to prison and the question becomes, what are the reasons why they do this? It goes back to that conversation of, are we doing this for punitive reasons? Or are we doing this for reformative reasons? Because if it's punitive, the mindset is, this person is a blight upon society, and we need to handle them based upon that mindset. So they don't care whether they can get access to books or not, or whether they can get access to the books they want or not. Because even if they have a genuine reason for wanting that book, it can be construed in a very perverse and negative way. If it's reformative, then we can have a further discussion there. But as Ms. Sonia, expressed, Attorney Sonia expressed earlier, is that you even have individuals who are on a more liberal, more democratic perspective, who are acting as adversaries in that regard. Kind of goes back to Dr. King and what he said in terms of chaos and community with the moderate liberal, where they even have that mindset that in order for us to be safe, there needs to be a higher form of policing going on in our communities, which leads to the mass incarceration of Black people, which leads to individuals starting to lose those rights that are supposed to be guaranteed to them underneath the Constitution. Of course, the 13th Amendment has that one stipulation in there as well. But if we change the way we view criminality and see it more as a set of laws that can be broken instead of a lack of moral character in our nation, we can start to really challenge what constitutes as criminality and what really constitutes as arbitrary, capricious, racist, and just dehumanizing efforts applied on a federal and a local level in our governments.
Oh, that was really deep, actually. And that actually went to both the why and the solutions. Because you're saying to just alter the conception of what is criminality. And I'm not a panelist, I'm a moderator, but I think I would add to my definition of what is criminality as a lack of opportunity, right? And that when society is insecure and deprives certain groups of opportunity, then that converts into criminality.
Yeah, but I think sometimes too, like when we talk about criminality, it can be, we don't. And I was thinking about what he was talking about. Sometimes when you go on the inside, you kind of lose that self, that individual. You're not an individual. You're not a self. And so you don't get that look, because if you're looking at it from the person who goes inside, some of them will tell you, I just need another chance, give me some other kind of opportunity, I'm not really that bad. You know what I mean? So like when I was going back for my modification of sentence, the DH, he talked about me like I was the worst human being that ever lived on the earth. You know what I mean? And so, but whatever, I'm just saying, you kind of lose some of that. And that's some of the problem too. It's like, how do we address that issue too? It's like, You know, the people are coming in, they're not oddities, they're people, man. You know what I'm saying? They're human beings. And you know, it's not no wondrous thing, because when you go in, like what Sonia said, people sometimes when they're going like, oh, I didn't realize. They're people, man. You know, just like your people are. And so I think, you know, and that's the wonderful thing about doing that work on the inside. You kind of you lose that sort of like perception versus reality. But how do we create more of that? Some people would never do that. So they think that that's just sort of something they've been trained to think that that's not the thing to do, or that's dangerous, or like that's not for me, or that's not my group. I'm gonna stay out of that. You know, we're not going to help someone. So I mean, I think, you know, I don't know, man. I think it's interesting in terms of like the collective experience of us. You know, I think that's part of it too. We're so divided, and how do we get undivided? By panels like this, you know, by doing the thing, talking about the difficult, you know, asking difficult questions and trying to find those difficult solutions, you know. That's how it's always been. Never not been like that. And so, you know, that's why I appreciate spaces like these. To sort of like, I've learned so much right now. I'm hustling. I got a whole page of stuff now here. Just because I like to learn. I want to know what people are thinking. So I'm gonna go back and take it to my tribe and like, yo, this is what's happening. Yeah.
Well, I thank you very much. I really appreciate spaces like this as well. Such a pleasure. Unfortunately, our space is getting ready to wind down. So as we transition into question and answer period, I just want to kind of reflect what I've heard so far. One thing that I've heard is that the challenge is shifting in the transition from like content specific to content neutral, and that transition to content neutral may be harder to attack. I don't know whether it be harder or not, but it at least a viewpoint First Amendment attack or would be harder. And so that's one thing for people to think about. But the exciting thing is that we've come up, or people have voiced many different solutions. Professor Horton has talked about the relationships that he's developed, and that through that personal space and the relationships with that create collaboration, he's been able to overcome. Attorney Marquis has talked about social responsibility as a different perspective rather than control. And Attorney Johnson has talked about a different view or conception of criminality, all as solutions. And Attorney Kumar has just talked about the amazing work of the ACLU that we know about. So I see some questions starting to come in, and if you have a question, please put them in the question answer or in the chat. And I'm looking to see if we have any questions in the chat. For any of our panelists.
I believe we have one.
I don't see it. If you can.
And it was given to me direct message. Somebody gave it to me. So the first one was for Sonia. So the question asked, what was the most persuasive argument for convincing the court that the book limit that you mentioned was violating constitutional rights? Isn't security a compelling interest, or was it that the restrictions were arbitrary?
Well, we didn't convince a court, we convinced the lawyers for the state. So let me start there. But I think so this goes to I think it was Attorney Marquis had mentioned the Turner test, which is basically the standard test for how you evaluate rights in prison, and especially in the First Amendment context. And I think the thing that was important about the framing that we had was that we showed that it was so broad. Their attack was so broad that there was no way that they could show that there was sort of a reasonable relationship between their purported, security rationales and the regulation that they had adopted. And and one of the things that I do think is important and worth considering for folks out there who think about potentially developing cases on this is a lot of times we perversely can make stronger arguments on behalf of the people on the outside who are trying to communicate with people inside, because their rights have not been diminished in a way, in the same way. And so, just as the person inside is prevented from receiving the book, the person on the outside is prevented from sending it. And I think that's always one way that we can, and I think that's actually an incredibly important part of what we're talking about, right? It's the way in which, like, part of the way the system maintains itself is by pretending that there isn't this whole other huge community of people who are also impacted by these kinds of restrictions, directly affected by these kinds of restrictions. So I'm glad to share the letter, that we sent to the DOC. It was very, very self-righteous because we're so convinced they were so wrong. Very satisfying, I'll say. It's not often the case. And no, I don't think, this was in 2018 and they backed down right away and they haven't introduced anything similar since. But I absolutely agree that the tablets are kind of like this next frontier of where we're seeing restrictions, and folks inside are focused on the tablets. We're getting fewer requests about I can't get this in the library, and more like I can't get this on my tablet. And so that's something to absolutely be aware of.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Somebody wants to know if do you anticipate them coming back with a narrower rule?
No, I think not on that particular thing. Before that one, and Randall might remember this, they had tried to ban all incoming letters and say you could only get postcards in the Maryland DOC.
Yeah.
Which was bonkers, but that's a whole other thing.
That's very normal, actually. Most jails will have the postcard only, and most jails also have the policy that Attorney Kumar is stating. I just wanted to clear the record that I am not an attorney. I'm a former literature professor. I am not. Yes, yeah. High five, Randall. I also what the kind of litigation, or even just the threat of litigation, a demand letter to counsel for DOCs or even jail systems, that says that points out the reality that lists of approved vendors are an unconstitutional prior restraint on the free speech of publishers and distributors is literally all that is needed. And like I said, 100% of the cases that I know about that have challenged approved vendor status in this way are successful, because judges immediately recognize the unconstitutionality of it. It's totally arbitrary. They don't list the rationale for the vendors that they choose. They, limit them, like Attorney Kumar was saying, to the two vendors. Like the state of Michigan has 5 vendors, one of whom is a newspaper and only distributes one thing, Prison Legal News, and there's 4 other vendors for the entire state. So judges immediately recognize the unconstitutionality of it. It's a slam dunk. When they let you go to court, it overturns the whole thing. But they're very savvy at mooting these kinds of cases by, if a single publisher were to challenge it, they would allow that publisher to become an approved vendor, and then the case can't move forward. So it's a challenge in terms of logistics, but it's not necessarily I don't think very legally challenging to overturn the approved vendors. I also just wanted to rant a little bit about the ways that you can get involved. If you are at Howard in DC, you can get involved in the DC Books to Prisons program, which is sending free literature to people inside. They always need donations of books, so you could do a book drive at the school. You could look them up online and go and volunteer with them. It's so much fun. If you're a bookish person, you get to pick out free books and give them to people. I really support it. So that's one way.
Can I tack on one other way?
Yes, no, please do. That was one of our other
I just want to
questions.
say, so I run a program called the Maryland Pearl Partnership. For those of you who are law students and in clinical programs or clinical law professors, please feel free to reach out to me. We provide support in helping you represent someone seeking parole in the Maryland parole system, and all lifers. And I think it's an incredibly meaningful and powerful way to become engaged. It's a deeper commitment, obviously, but please don't hesitate to reach out to me if that's something you're interested in.
Thank you guys.
Can I-
And, oh
can
no,
I-
do you have another way? Because if you do,
Real
please.
quick.
Yep.
If there's any freshmen in here, as you're looking to choose clinics moving forward through your Howard Law experience, make sure that you follow up with people part of the Movement Lawyering Clinic as well, I believe the Civil Rights Clinic, and see if they're still touching issues as it concerns anti-CRT. It may not necessarily be in that book banning policy as it concerns prison industrial complex, but there's a school to prison pipeline, right? And to kind of be proactive, see if those clinics are still engaging that activity. I know we were working on one particular matter that in Oklahoma, in terms of their book banning policy practices, and see if you can participate in that front so that kids will be able to have access to not only just books, but be able to have a curriculum that actually serves them and is racially oriented. I think that would be another good way of contributing to this in a more proactive way.
Thank you very much. We are running out of time. It's 12:30, so I think I'm going to hand it back to the moderator, Professor Cunningham, so we can wrap it up. And thank you guys.
Attorney Johnson was just getting ready to start something because that's the line of controversy that we've already had, like what's being attacked in schools. I'm gonna hold restraint. Somebody just like put a pin and said that I was restraintful, did not jump into another debate right here, and I'm gonna say thank you. I'm gonna thank God for allowing me to be here. I should have done that at the very start. I'm grateful for every opportunity that I have to have wonderful interactions with people. So, and then I want to thank the Law Review, Dean Crooms-Robinson, and all of you for all of your work and this conversation that we had, and all the students that are participating online. So, handing it back over to the Law Review to move along. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, everybody. And thank you, Professor Cunningham, for moderating. This was amazingly fun.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you as well. I appreciate it being invited and being among such esteemed colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. We truly appreciate your time and your presence here. I hope you had a great time amongst all your colleagues. For everybody here, we are going to move into lunch from 12:30 to 1:30, and we're going to be back at 1:30 for our keynote address. Thank you all, and see you all at 1:30.
TOFA, to understand our history, to better understand our present, to go forward into a better future. But all that comes down to this sense of creativity. How do we create the world we want to live in? How long are we to take advantage of what our past generations, our ancestors have done? What is our role to create a better present and to work on creating a future for generations we'll never see? Because generations we never saw helped create the present that we have. And it would be quite selfish of us just to take advantage of that present, of the work that they did in the past, and not give anything for future generations. So I want to talk a little bit about my background. You heard the bio of it, but I want to put a little flesh and blood on that bio. My early inspiration was James Baldwin. And I grew up in the Midwest. And in the Midwest, there was segregation. And people think of segregation as in the films you might have watched on television, but segregation worked in those big ways, but it also worked in very small ways. I was bused across town. And for many years, I would tell you, up until about 5 years ago, 10 years ago at the most, I thought all Black children and other children of color, but in particular African Americans, were bused to go to school. It wasn't until later that I found out, oh my goodness, I was the one who was waking up at 6:30 in the morning and getting out in the freezing cold or the heat or the rain and standing on the corner waiting for the yellow school bus to take me from my African American community on one side of town to the white community on the other side of town for me to go to school. I also know that my older brothers and sisters who did attend the Black schools before, and I was in the first group actually bused over to the white schools, which was very traumatic, that the books that were left over from my school were sent over to my older brothers and sisters' schools, and I saw the books and they had just put an X through the school I attended and stamped in the school that they were attending. So they were getting our leftover books. I remember seeing the world, even in that young time of my life, from the prism of unfairness. And I saw the unfairness, and it was clear to me that things were unfair. Not saying that you spend all your time, and we as people of color don't spend all of our time just, oh, woe is me. Women don't spend all our time, oh, why was I a woman? Why was I a woman? Women don't have any rights. You know, you live your life, you enjoy what you have, you take advantage of it. And it's only until you come up against these times in which it's thrown in your face, these inequalities, that you realize that there's a system in place that's making this unequal, but you don't really understand, you don't fathom what that system is. So when I was very young, I had the opportunity as a precocious child to read voraciously because I had these allergies. I played outside, I was a tomboy. I played outside a lot, but I would have all these allergies. And so after a while, based on the fact that I was growing up and I was a girl, I was told, oh, now you have to stay indoors. You have to learn how to cook. You have to do these things. You're too much of a tomboy. But I would always read, and I would have my own private library that I created from all of these books, from Grimm's fairy tales to, you know, the books that we were talked about and told about in school and talked about, you know, at the time. But also the library was my refuge. I would go in the summer times to the library, and I would always want that gold star for having read the most books. And I would get that gold star year after year. One thing that I found, and I guess that was very interesting to me at one point, was I didn't know that we didn't have, even in that time in my early life, access to the main library. That it was, the segregation was such that they would have a van of library books in the summertime that would go into the Black communities, and then we would pick our books from that van. You know, so all these things I found out later that were part of the systems of segregation that were around me, that were just as devious as the larger systems of criminal justice and inequality and so many other things. But I didn't know it at the time, but I knew something was wrong. And it wasn't until I was home watching television, one of these programs, these talk shows, and I saw this man speaking, very dark-skinned man with big eyes, and he's like smoking a cigarette. You could do that back then on television, smoking a cigarette, and he was talking about racism and injustice, and everything he was saying rang so true to my young mind. And I said to myself, and I never told anyone, I said to myself, I want to be him when I grow up. And that man was James Baldwin. And when I learned more about him, I learned he was a novelist and a journalist and a playwright and an activist. And so nothing inside of me told me I couldn't do all of those things. I thought that was something available to me. I didn't know until I entered the world just how difficult it would be to be more than one thing. So as I then graduated from high school, top of my class, there was no interest in me going to an Ivy League school, even though I was the top of my class. I'd been a class officer. There was no interest in that. And I thought, well, you know, let me just try to navigate my own way. I wanted to go to Clark, and my parents were like, no, you're not going all the way to Atlanta. So I ended up going to a predominantly white institution, which was at the time a very miserable experience for me. But I was focused on trying to make my way through. And I said, okay, I want to be a writer, but I want to speak on these issues of social justice, like I saw James Baldwin do. I want it to be more, and I didn't know exactly how to do it. And so I was always curious, and I had this curiosity that has stayed with me to this day. So when I was ready to graduate after a miserable experience in college, and I said, okay, I'm going to apply to law school as well as apply to an MFA program and become a writer and go to one of those writing programs. Then I thought, well, what about business school? My parents were like, oh, you need to go to business school because that's where the money was during that time period to go into corporate America. So I back then you had all of these different opportunities, basically these graduate school programs that required an application, but they didn't have it online. Back then you actually had to fill out the forms, type it up, mail it in. And so I would spend night after night, and I pulled an all-nighter, and I've got all my applications together, my essays and everything. I had this big stack of applications, these envelopes, and the sun came up. I was exhausted. The mailman comes, and I hand this big stack of applications for graduate school, for law school, for, you know, University of Iowa is where I really wanted to go, because they had not just a law school, but they also had the famous Iowa writing program. And I handed these applications to the mailman, and I went to bed, you know, exhausted, but feeling so good. And I waited, and I waited, and I waited. And I didn't hear anything. Months went by, and I was getting a little nervous. Graduation was coming up. So I started to call, and I called the University of Iowa Law School, and they said, oh, we never received your application. And I called the University of Iowa Writers program, and they said the same thing. I called another one, and then I realized that this mailman must have thrown all of my applications away. And it just so happened that there was one school I applied to, a law school, after I sent out those other applications, just because someone said, oh, you should apply there. And so I did. And so that's how my graduate experience began. And the continuation of that was something, that being the race-based obstacles and my determination to go forward anyway. This was going to be the pattern, I realized. And it wasn't that I took it in and said, I'm going to hate all white people. It wasn't that I took it in and said, why should I even try? The whole world is against me. All these systems are against me. My curiosity and the creativity I had. I ran track and lettered in track in high school. I was in theater in high school, and the plays and the musicals and such. And the whole time, though, I knew there was something wrong being bused across town and just always being not able to do what I wanted to do, hearing the N-word, having things scrawled on my locker. It wasn't as bad as you saw with Central High School and these other things, but it was just this insidiousness every day, undermining my confidence, undermining what it was I wanted to be. And you don't have time to think about what you want to do, what you want to be, when you're just trying to survive day to day and do as well as you can, not disappoint your family and others, you know, not disappoint, you know, your race, even though you are, and, you know, you can't live up to the generations that came before you. And you're always trying to navigate your way. So law school became this place where I'm like, okay, now I can be who I want to be, and really invest in changing things and learning how to change things. And law school, I have to admit, was not a pleasant experience. I don't know, maybe Howard has the best, most wonderful, pleasant experience for law students. My law school experience was not that pleasant at all. Some of the classes I said, I don't understand how this relates to me, my experience, my community, what I want to do with myself. And at some point, I took constitutional law. As you know, it's always, you know, regimented as to how you take it. And the regimented curricula was to take constitutional law. And I felt something very special. And then I took gender and justice. And I was saying, oh, okay, now this is making sense to me. I took environmental law, aced it, took civil rights law, and I said, okay, now this is connected to me. I feel what law can do. Law can be an instrument. It's not just something to study that's under a microscope. Law can actually be something that wields power. And especially when I took my constitutional law class and I realized this is making history. This is not just a case with these particular people. And then I thought, even the people who are part of this case, the human beings who are affected, the conflict here is drama. And I had written and came to life as an adult from this idea of being a writer. I had put on little plays in my yard. I would write essays. I even started a little family newspaper, you know, that was part of my family, just inside of my household. All these things I wanted to do as a writer. But I also had a high school English teacher when I said I wanted to be a writer. And he said, oh, the way you write, that's not the way people write anymore. That's old fashioned. You can't write like that. And it really devastated me as far as, you know, trying to show my work and to be the writer. And that's why I said there, you know, and he was a white male, you know, English teacher. And I'm quite sure he probably meant well. And he was probably a frustrated author himself. But what really got me was I didn't have the kind of life in which people supported my dreams, in which you saw people say, oh, I see something in you. Let me help you become that. I didn't have that kind of life. And maybe you do. Maybe there are people who can't relate to this at all. But, you know, I went to came from a family and we had many generations of people who had been educated. As a matter of fact, I just discovered that I have a great aunt who attended Spelman and graduated in 1920. So it wasn't as though we weren't educated people, but there was a sense you go to school, yes, and you know, do well, you better, but there wasn't a sense of destiny. And I felt I wanted to connect with my artistic destiny. Both of my parents were frustrated artists as well as government workers. And so I didn't want to be a frustrated artist. So even if no one else was going to invest in my artistic experience, I wanted to. And that's why I said it can't be just that I practice law. And I did. I was a law clerk and stayed in federal court. And even then I was writing plays, speaking to the issues that I wanted to advocate around, because the law seemed so slow. The cases seemed so slow. And writing a play meant there was an audience right there who could hear what I had to say. Someone who read my essays would be impacted by my essays right there and then. They could then have the ideas to percolate in their minds that they're reading about in the privacy of their own home. When I wrote my first book, I was a civil rights attorney in Alabama, and those small towns in Alabama, there was nothing to do after I would go home back to my motel, not hotel, motel. And I was there in this motel and I was wondering, how long have we as Black people been fighting for civil rights and other people of color? How long have parents been meeting? And we would meet at the mortuary. We would meet at the church, of course, and at the school community centers. We would meet in all these places and I would hear the frustration of my clients. And I thought, how long have we had these frustrated Black parents fighting for their children's equal education? So it was in those motel rooms I began working on my book, Race, Law, and American Society. And I was working on this book, first going back 100 years and then going back 200 years. And I realized going back to the 1600s that we have been working in civil rights for hundreds of years. And I began to trace the cases, the 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And I realized that the interchange of these issues of injustice were not just in education, not just in housing, not just in criminal justice. And so that's why Race, Law, and American Society is a book that shows the evolution of law, the fight for rights, the undermining of those rights and injustices, but it has the connection of the military as well as internationalism and criminal justice and education and property rights, all of these things, and voting rights together, because that makes a full life. Because I knew growing up that the injustices were not just in one area, they were in so many. And I wanted people to be able to read for themselves how these injustices have played out over time. How did we get where we are right now? How long have we been in this battle? And so it was during law school, during my practice as a lawyer in civil rights, I continued to write books. I continued to write plays. I wanted the immediacy of being able to put the drama of our lives on stage or in an essay or in poetry. And at the same time, I wanted the advocacy that a case could change not just one person's life, but set precedent for many people's lives and also make history so that someone else can come by and read this. And this is what I found as well. And it was very important, the power of law, because law is written. So when I would go do research for the laws of the 1600s, to find out about the arrival of the Africans in 1619 into the Virginia colony, I have this noted in the late 1990s, early 2000s, based on the research I did in the Rockefeller archives and other archives. I understood that law was so important that it wasn't just conjecture of what might have happened in 1640 with John Punch, in the case in which he and other indentured servants, and he as a person of African descent, and the 2 Europeans run away and then come back, being brought back by what is a bounty hunter that I believe was the beginning of our policing, was the bounty hunter. All of that is not conjecture, because it's written down about John Punch in 1640. It's written down in 1669 when the law is passed to allow for the killing of an African without the European being charged with a felony. That's written down because the importance of law is to write it down. But what was not understood, it was that people like me and you can go back to those archives and read about law, not through the prism of our understanding, but through the actual wording there, because they either thought we would never learn to read or that we would never have the power to do anything about what laws they enacted. So that's why it's so important when I think about law and your ability as lay people or as lawyers or as faculty to access law, to interpret it, to write it down, to leave it for other generations to read is so important. And even in my screenplays, my screenplay on I like it. I don't know if other people do. It hasn't been made into a movie yet, but my screenplay is titled Sergeant Freeman. How did this come to be? Because I was working at Southern Poverty Law Center, and I happened to go into their area where they have people who go undercover. And I actually talked to some of the undercover members of Southern Poverty Law Center who infiltrate white supremacist organizations Southern Poverty Law Center is located in Montgomery, Alabama, and they come back with the information to tell the FBI and others. And I would ask them, why don't you tell the NAACP about this? You know, the Anti-Defamation League, why don't you tell the people they're trying to harm where these white supremacist organizations are located? If you go on Southern Poverty Law Center's website, you can see many of them are in the North. And that's why I wrote my screenplay, Sergeant Freeman, about a Black female sergeant whose daughter is kidnapped by a white supremacist organization in Pennsylvania, because there are so many white supremacist camps, organizations, entities across the North. But we think of this as just a Southern thing, and it's not. And I wanted to bring attention to that. That was part of my advocacy, to bring attention to the fact that there are so many white supremacist organizations, dangerous ones, located in the North. And most of us don't even know it, that there are still sundown towns where you have to be out before sundown, or else anything could happen to you if you're a person of color. We need to understand that there are real life situations, that the vestiges of which from the time of legal segregation continue to haunt us and can harm us. Also, my play, Shot, Caught a Soul, it's a play about a Black teen who's killed by police. And I was one of these people who would be on, and I still do this, CNN, MSNBC, and actually BBC and other news broadcast stations, talking about police shootings. And I got so frustrated and so depressed. I was so angry that the law was so slow. If you have a chance, you can go on the Washington Post website, and they actually show you the names of the people. Over 1,000 people die at the hands of police every year. And they're not all people of color, majority of whom are. And I said, you know what? Why can't we ever tell our story? I'm tired of going on talking about how the system is broken and, oh, we need more training, we need more. No, they can kill because they feel they can get away with killing. And that then gave me, from Michael Browne to Tamir Rice to Trayvon Martin and so many others, Breonna Taylor, Shot, Caught a Soul is about a Black teen who's killed by a white officer who then comes back to haunt the white officer. So it's not just showing that, yes, we get killed, but where is our agency? And in that play, the haunting of that officer forces him to say why he participated in this murder. What happened with that play? It was then filmed, because it was during the pandemic, you know, via Zoom. That film actually won awards. It's been translated into French as well as Spanish. But on top of that, one of the police officers and someone very high up in NYPD saw it and said that should be watched by all of our cadets, all of our new recruits. So that film then goes beyond where the law could go and actually change hearts. Dreams of Emmett Till was a film also of a play of mine, and it's about Carolyn Bryant, why she lied on this little boy, what was going on in her personal life in 1955 in Mississippi, that she would tell this lie. So then I have an older Carolyn Bryant explaining the oppression she felt as a white woman in the 1950s, who wanted more from her life, and the jealousy she had of the joy of this little Black boy who came into her store that fateful day that led to her lie and his murder. That is my play, Dreams of Emmett Till. That is part of the advocacy of the ongoing racism that we are facing day in and day out. I attended Sarah Lawrence College for playwriting, but it's not that I want to give up law, and I'm not going to. I've continued to be an active part of the bar, and I still want to write. It's not one thing or the other. I think it's important for us to understand, to use this creativity. Charles Hamilton Houston, who was one of my, I would say, law influencers, Charles Hamilton Houston, who said that if a person who's a lawyer is not a social engineer, then they are a parasite. And he said this because his father was a lawyer. He had participated as a soldier in World War I, and what he saw just hurt him so deeply as far as racism goes, that he decided he would devote his entire life. So, of course, you know who Charles Hamilton Houston was. What he was to me was someone who said, I have to be creative about how I create the response to Plessy versus Ferguson, the 1896 case that began the law of the land for this country regarding apartheid or racial division. So his creativity was to turn it upside down and say that if you're going to have racism, and the racism has to be divided up, that you have to have separate but equal. If you don't have the separate but equal facilities for Black people, then those Black applicants have to attend the Black schools. And we know about Lloyd Gaines and the case that goes to the Supreme Court, in many cases after that, that began the chip away at apartheid in this country. The reason why I think this is also important is because when Thurgood Marshall put together the legal team for the Browne versus Board case, the doll test of using a Black doll and a white doll and showing the harm of segregation on a child's mind, that's creativity. That's thinking beyond the box of law. We can't just look at law, and actually we can't just look at it from the top down. That those of you who are going into whatever field of law, to look at it and say, I'm going to my office and think of the solution without interacting with the community. There has to be a full-fledged effort. You might have to bring in social science. You might have to bring in psychologists. You might have to look at the history. You might have to look at the creative way to come up with our next legal strategy. I think too many people in social justice and civil rights are not being creative, not thinking out of the box. One of the other things that I did was create the Law and Policy Group. And the Law and Policy Group is a nonprofit organization because I needed something when I was in my academic world to still have a connection to advocacy. And so the Law and Policy Group publishes a report on the status of Black women and girls. And it was through there that I saw how there are so many Black women affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, and that many of the Black women who are the caregivers are not given any type of voice. And so I wrote the play, My Juilliard, about 3 generations of Black female artists, and the matriarch of that family is suffering from dementia. As I go into my last moments, I want to just say that you can be a weekend warrior. You can use creativity. You can think out of the box. And a weekend warrior, for one, is someone who may be in corporate law, but they decide to use the skills they're being paid for during the week in their communities on the weekend. What is the community? The community is whatever you make it, wherever you make it. I know people are living in certain places saying, oh, there's no such thing as a Black community anymore. The community is where you find yourself when you're in trouble. Think about when you get in trouble, where is that community? Who are you reaching out to? That's the weekend warrior theory, is you are the warrior on the weekend. I also want you to think about She Took Justice and creativity. I created She Took Justice, my last book, because I saw that we have been taught our history starting with slavery. And I traveled to Angola 3 times, and I will go back many more. And Angola, to me, is where those first Africans were from. It was so important when we heard about the arrival of the Africans in 1619 into the Jamestown colony, that we also understand, well, where did they come from? Queen Nzinga then is the woman who was so amazing when you study the queen who fought the Portuguese to try to stop the slave trade. And so not only is she in my book, she took justice beginning our book with kings and queens, but my upcoming documentary film, Before 1619, is a study of Queen Nzinga from the standpoint of where Angola is now. They speak Portuguese, and I think that language barrier has prevented us from having the type of connected relationship that we have with Nigeria or Ghana or Senegal. And so the other thing I would say, and as I end, we're talking earlier about book bans, and what was so important to me about book banning is I was just in Florida, and I went into one of the libraries there, and I saw in Broward County that my three of my books are in the library system in Florida, and I was very proud of that. And I asked them, well, what about She Took Justice? That's my most recent book. And the librarians kind of looked down because they know that there's been this book ban. And even though I have 3 books there, my latest book may not be able to be placed in the library system in Florida. But that's also part of the panel and the speaking that I'm doing around the country on book bans, so that people can know more about book bans, the law behind book bans, and to understand that the Supreme Court cases on book banning will not and does not give full power, absolute power to the school districts to ban books in the libraries. So those are the ways in which I have put together art and advocacy, and hopefully made it not just another way for us to fight the good fight, but also could benefit you as you go into your careers.
Thank you so much for that insight. That's really amazing, and a wonderful different avenue for a lot of the lawyers here or law students here to understand that advocacy can happen through multiple different avenues. So thank you very much. We do have some questions in the chat. And one of them is, what are your thoughts on the artistic telling of Black stories that do not involve trauma as a means of demonstrating advocacy? How do you respond to the argument that there is an oversaturation of art of traumatic Black stories?
Well, Black life has been traumatic. And I think the balance is, and what we're really looking for is agency. None of us would be here today if there hadn't been fighters. And that's why I like Queen Nzinga. Queen Nzinga navigated the world of the Portuguese who had invaded Ndongo, which was the name of the country before they changed it to Angola. She negotiated a peace treaty in 1622. And when they had a mat on the ground for her to sit on as she negotiated this peace treaty with the Portuguese, she clapped her hands and her maidservants came, bent over and gave their backs for a chair for her to negotiate this peace treaty in 1622. So yes, she fought the Portuguese throughout her life, died at 80, never caught. She was feared. And I think what has happened is we aren't telling the fear-bearing stories where people feared us. We're not telling those stories, and we're negotiating too often with either fear-filled folks of color or nervous white liberals or outright determined other folk who don't want our stories of bravery and courage told. So many times the focus is on trauma because that's what's allowed to be published. When you start speaking up and you start having a really strong voice, and I know this has happened to me many times, it's like, well, can you take this up? For example, in my play, my most recent play I'm working on, Crossroads, I have my character slap the white character. My Black female character slaps. Could you just take the slap out? Maybe if she just walked out with her head held high. That's what I'm told. I'm like, I'm not taking a slap out. So, because it's like, for all he's done, he deserves to be slapped at least. But my concern is because I've talked to, and I'm in the book world, I'm in the writing world, and I've talked to many authors, and the pitiful story, the trauma story, is the one that many of these white publishers, because most of the people who are publishing this and the gateholders, the gatekeepers, are young whites in their 20s and early 30s. And they are selecting things based on their sense of right and wrong. And they want us to be powerful, but not violent. And this whole thing is so people can be violent against us, but we're not supposed to be violent against them. We're not supposed to raise our voice. We're not supposed to be angry. And those things mean that we have unbalanced stories that focus primarily on trauma and not on our agency and fighting back. And for example, I'm working on my first novel and it involves slavery, but some white people died. Okay, so it's like we have to be able to tell a full story and not just a story where we're victimized all the time. But once again, if you see American fiction, that's another discussion in that movie that's up for an Oscar. You'll see that discussion on full display. How do we tell the story in a way that it is our trauma, but we are not just our trauma?
That's a wonderful point. How do you see the use of art being used to change laws today?
I see the use of art in so many ways for us to change laws. For one, we need to educate, inform, inspire, empower. One of the things that I want to do is empower, inspire, inform, and art can do that. Our communities don't know what the laws are. I was actually part of that generation of lawyers who would go into the community and explain the law. I would go to the church. I would go to the community centers. I was actually part of my job was outreach, going into the community to tell them what the law is. But you could go in writing a play or reading a book or writing a book or an essay, or even like a song or anything. And explain the law to people. Empower them with what it is they see. There's so many young people who don't understand what is oppressing them. Because before it used to say, no Black this, no Latino that. It was written out. Now they know they're not welcome, but there's nothing that indicates why. Art can explain the why to them. Art can show them why they're valuable. I'll tell you this, a white female friend of mine was told by a corrections officer, the more Black people we have behind bars, that's the fewer Black people who are being born. For every Black person behind bars, that's one less Black baby. He told her this. If we're just suspecting this is true, that's a line that should be in a poem, in spoken word. It should be understood. So that so much in spoken word and so much in rap and hip hop is about the problem. When are we going to talk about the love for each other? Because if we weren't loving each other, we wouldn't be here right now. So that courage and love and all that we have needs to be a part of the art that we put on the stage, on the page, in our songs, in our poems. Whatever we're doing, we have to infuse that love and courage in there too, or we would not have survived this long.
That's a phenomenal point. And I think that it contributes well to this next question in terms of we're seeing today, more books being banned and the suppression of critical race theory. And do you think that us as a Black community have more of a duty to teach our children our history? And in that, is it more of our responsibility to teach the success or the love of our people historically and today?
I think it's important. I mean, when you think about the marches, they weren't just marching, they were marching and singing. They were marching and holding hands. That one thing that people aren't really seeing anymore is the freedom schools. When the people went down south to register folks to vote, they brought books with them. They also had classes. I think other people and other groups have classes where they learn about their history. You can be a part of teaching your younger brothers and sisters, cousins, whomever. When I think of each one, reach one, each one, teach one, you can reach one, teach one, take them to the theater, take them to a play where they're actually seeing not just the trauma drama, but also seeing a more well-rounded depiction. One thing is that I grew up in the church for the most part until that imploded. That's a whole other story. But what was I think is so important about that is within the church, I saw people who looked like me in high, medium, and low places. So you saw the person who was cleaning up the kitchen, cooking the chicken, but you also saw the minister, you saw the choir. So many young people don't go to church anymore. So the only people they've seen are white people in positions of power. So they don't see outside of theater and the arts themselves in positions of power. The majority of public schools are people of color. The majority of public school teachers are white women. So that means you're not seeing people who look like you in power. And I think that's important for us to understand. Theater and the arts can do that. The church, most of these churches are, too many of them are empty. So they have like their rooms that they have, you can put in art. You can have dramas there, and people could see more about what's going on in their world. This last point I want to make, we have more opportunities like Zoom and other places, YouTube and other things that we put online for people to see. So I don't want to hear people saying, oh, I didn't see anybody like me. I didn't know there was anybody like me. Are you seeking out someone? And we are now grown. All of you now are grown. You have the responsibility to go to your younger brother, sister, cousins, each one reach one, not just the pretty one, not just the well-behaved one, but you have to reach cousin Bebe who's acting out and take cousin Bebe out, you know, to one of these places so they can be culturally aware too. Give them books for their birthdays, books for Christmas. If they tear off the cover, so what? You didn't pay but so much for them. So do these things so that they can see. There are so many Black books out there, so many Black shows for them to be culturally aware. But also for those of you in law, and I'll sum up with this, I think it's important not just to be creative, but to be weekend warriors. When you say today you have a law degree, this is like 1955. This is not 50 years ago. So you have to be more than a lawyer, because in order for you to even be here right now, and I don't care if you've just been in this country for 5 years, if your people have been here 50 years, or you've been here right off the boat like me, what it comes down to is you have a responsibility to your culture, to understand what your culture is, not just you get to check the box because you went to Howard. No, you've got to continue to be part of the cultural leadership to make this country move in a direction that benefits not just the educated, but also others as well. And one part that really gets me is being a weekend warrior. You don't have to be a person who's going to be a civil rights attorney, social justice attorney, but you can lend the talent you have to your community.
Yes, thank you so much for touching on that. I was going to ask, beyond just the familial and, you know, friend sphere in terms of education, like what is some advice that you can give for those entering the professional field, maybe outside of a civil rights organization or social justice work? You know, if we're just talking about a corporate lawyer, how can we be sure to be educating people on the different ways that art can still be used to advocate?
I think when you go into your job, it's not if you run into racism and sexism, it's when. Your response to it, if you're not in a position where you have outside sources of energy and thought and creativity, can be devastating. You spent this time, money, and energy to be in this occupation, and you hit certain walls, you hear certain things. Have a life outside of your job. Have something creative outside of your job, and understand that it was creativity that allowed us to get this far. People had to sit around and think, how can I move forward? How can we get around these obstacles? The obstacles aren't going anywhere, but your creativity, your intellect, your power, your humanity can take not just you, but your family and those around you to the next level, and invest in that culture and community for generations unborn. I always like to say, that woman who lifted that child up 10 generations ago and said, you will have more than I will ever have. I want you to think of this. Think of those people you'll never see and want for them more than you will ever have. Create in your mind what freedom is. My newest book is on activism. And I go through the activists of the past in order to lay the groundwork for those who want to learn more about activism, to understand activism can be large and small things. It can be saying no or saying yes. You can be an activist without carrying a sign in the street. Activist means to act, to be a part of the process to make this world a better place. And you have the creativity to do that inside of you. Just know that it's not just a box, that law is a box and creativity is a box. As a full human being, we all have creativity inside of us. Think out of the box.
Thank you so much. I will throw it back to Busy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here today, Professor Gloria J. Browne Marshall. We have been in communication for months now, and I'm so happy to have heard from you today and have gained so much knowledge from you. This is the end of the keynote speech, and we're going to move on to our next event, which Gabe will introduce. But again, thank you so much. Round of applause for our keynote speaker.
Thank you again, Professor Gloria Browne Marshall. That was an amazing keynote. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gabriel Alexander Fields. I'm the Executive Notes Comments Editor for HCR. For our next event, we have Beyond Survival, a conversation with Dean Lisa Crooms-Robinson, Brence Pernell, and Brittney Cooper on the right to joy. Our first panelist, Brence Pernell, is a practicing attorney and adjunct professor at Columbia Law School and New York University School of Law. Our second panelist, Brittney Cooper, is a Howard alumna and professor of women's, gender, and sexuality studies and Africana studies, as well as the founding director of the Race and Gender Equity Lab at Rutgers University. Our own Dean Crooms will be moderating this event. Dean Crooms is also an alumna of Howard University, earning her bachelor's degree here before earning her JD at the University of Michigan Law School. At present, in addition to her duties as Dean, Dean Crooms also teaches constitutional law and seminar courses including Supreme Court jurisprudence and equality according to Pauli. I'm particularly excited for this discussion. The concept of a right to joy is connected to the notion of the pursuit of happiness, an unalienable right discussed in the Constitution. However, the Constitution was not written with Black lives in consideration beyond the right to property, more precisely the right of a slave owner. With the drafting of the 13th Amendment, the Black life was folded into these protections, but these exact parameters were and still are subject to qualification and reservation. Constant shifting of the goalposts from the Jim Crow South to the mass incarceration era asserting only anguish. Turning an eye instead to the right of joy turns the conversation of Black freedom and equality beyond that anguish, because after all, what is freedom and equality without joy? Thank you in advance to our esteemed panelists and Dean Crooms for moderating this discussion.
Good afternoon. We're starting now. So, yep. They're my people. Hey, people, what's up?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this conversation. And I mean, I'm looking forward to participating in it, but I'm really looking forward to hearing you two talk to each other. Coming from different disciplines, different spaces, different experiences. I think that it's going to be a rich conversation. So I want to start off with a question for Brittney. HU.
You know.
That's right. For the law inclined among us, most of us here, what's the relationship between rage, joy, and perhaps the law? You don't have to deal with the law part of it, but I'm really interested in hearing that conversation, what you have to say about that relationship between rage and joy, because most folks would say, well, they appear to be right? Mutually exclusive, or at least two sides of the same coin, as it were, but that's not how I'm reading your work, so.
Yeah. So I have thought a lot about the question of rage. Also, hey, HU, I'm always happy to be home. And I do consider Howard coming home, and at least once a year, I try to put my foot on the yard. It's like one of my grounding rituals. So what I think about rage is that part of the challenge for Black folks is that we live in a country that always induces our rage through continually gaslighting us, through acts of both state-sanctioned and extra-legal violence, through daily encounters that would deny our dignity, that would deny our agency, that would deny our bodily autonomy. And then we live in the same country that then criminalizes our responses to our rage, right? That either criminalizes them or pathologizes them. When we protest as a response to our structural mistreatment, we are tear gassed, we are pepper sprayed, we are locked up, even when we are, engaged in peaceful protest. Within institutions, Black men always have to moderate and modulate every way that they move through a space. They walk into an elevator, there's white women on the elevator, they've got to be on guard, but low key, when Black women walk on the elevator with white women, sometimes we have to be on guard too. There's a way that we are always seen just by showing up to the space as bringing rage, aggression, and a form of engagement that folks are, white folks and folks that are non-Black distrust. But I think that the argument for our right to rage is akin to an argument for the right to joy, which is to say that rage is the thing, righteous rage is the thing you feel when your dignity is being denied. And I think that part of what happens when Black folks begin to lean into our right to be angry, it first is predicated on the idea that we acknowledge our fundamental humanity. And that means that we acknowledge that when we are being mistreated, the proper response to being mistreated, particularly structurally and consistently and persistently across generations, is to be angry, is to be enraged, is to say who you think you're dealing with. And that who do you think you are to engage me in this way is rooted in a fundamental understanding that who I am is inherently valuable, right? So when we have to fight for our right to rage, we are fighting for the right to the whole span of human emotion. And in that fight, we then get to our right to have joy. We're in a country that is very happy for Black folks to smile and grin and entertain, right? But when I am talking about Black joy, I am talking about an internal and communally shared practice of affirmation, of elation, right? Of ecstasy in some moments. And I'm more skeptical of the word happiness, because happiness, I grew up in the Black church, and in the church, we say, look, happiness is based on happenings. Joy is something different. Joy is something more persistent. Joy is a thing that you can retain even when people are mistreating you, because you see clearly your own value and the way the world seeks to rob you of that value. And so when I have worked to reclaim and affirm Black people's right to say, yes, I'm mad, you don't get to treat me this way, Black people's ability to affirm our rage is rooted in our ability to recognize and own our dignity. And when you are clear about your dignity, the base level of that is that any person that is centered in the unfettered nature of their own dignity is a person that has joy.
Thank you. I knew you would. I'm confident with respect to all of the questions that I've thought about. This is going to be a fantastic conversation. So I definitely appreciate that as our opening, as it were. Brence, I want to bring you in because you, in fact, are advancing the idea of a right to joy as rooted in, among other things, the 13th Amendment. So I'm wondering if you could talk about, let's say, the constitutional aspects of joy within a document we can all admit was flawed, hence there was the need for the amendment. And we won't even get into whether that amendment has in fact been fully realized. That's a little deeper in the conversation, but yeah, walk us through this 13th Amendment analysis of joy as being part of abolition and freedom.
Sure. Can you all hear me okay? Great. First, I have to say how excited I am to be here. I'm a big fan of both of your works, Dean Crooms-Robinson. I reference your work a lot in some of my writing about Pauli Murray, Brittney. I first encountered you tearing someone up at a debate at the Schomburg Center over Black respectability, and I've been following your work since. And I always appreciate just how sharp and incisive your perspective is on any given issue. So it's really a joy for me and a pleasure for me to be amongst you two right now. And so to directly answer your question, I guess I could take a step back and make it a little personal for me. And I think I'd like to pick up actually where the keynote started to leave off. And that was sort of how we situate ourselves in this activist context. You know, I started thinking about these notions of pleasure and its connections to the 13th Amendment back in 2019. I think I was relatively new out of law school. I just completed a few clerkships. I was at a law firm and was really trying to grapple with what kind of career I wanted to have as a lawyer that would both respect my original reasons for coming to law school. That was a commitment to social justice. But at the same time, balancing that with what I thought were ways of caring for my personal being, my well-being. That is, and in what ways could I actually realize acts of pleasure that were conducive to the kind of career I wanted to have and sustainable for the kind of career I wanted to have as a social justice attorney. And so I was encountering works like, Adrienne Maree Browne's pleasure activism, Tricia Hershey's The Nap Ministry Project, the manifesto of which rest is resistance. And those works were really speaking to me. And at the same time, I was following things that I thought mattered to me as a lawyer. And one of the big projects I started to work on was this big 13th Amendment research publication that I wanted to get out. And as part of that research, I was starting to engage with the work of Amy Drew Stanley, who is a historian. And I thought she was making this really, really powerful argument for how one of the nation's first civil rights acts that flowed from the 13th Amendment, the 1875 Civil Rights Act, which lasted for just a short time, was one of this nation's first instance of recognizing a right to joy explicitly, a right to pleasure, as a formal human right that should be protected by the government. And I was especially excited about the fact that this was a position, a relatively new human rights position that grew out of anti-slavery sentiments. And so this was an act or a statute that was enacted during, of course, Reconstruction period, when a lot of folks were grappling with what does actual freedom look like for these newly enslaved Black Americans? What are the limits of full personhood? Because there was an original Civil Rights Act, the 1866 Civil Rights Act, which recognized some of your more basic formal rights, including the right to enter a contract, property rights, et cetera. But this supplemental act, the 1875 Civil Rights Act, was pretty clearly a demonstration of, I think, at least some anti-slavery legislators at the time, their position that was just not enough. That in order to be fully free, in order to be fully human, there are these other rights. And so Amy Drew Stanley, the historian, her essential argument was that in the 1875 Civil Rights Act, you had the recognition by the government of a right to pleasure for the first time in this country's history. And so for me, that was quite powerful because I thought it started to add a bit of heft, or at least some foundation, to a lot of the more current works about access to pleasure, especially for Black Americans, what that could look like. And as it relates to the 13th Amendment more directly, I think since that project, I think my attempts have been to build on those works like Amy Drew Stanley's to make the further argument that maybe we could go even further back. that instead of beginning with the 1875 Civil Rights Act, the 13th Amendment itself, depending on your framing of the amendment, I think that's one of my central arguments, was a guarantor of freedom and a guarantor of the kinds of freedoms that encompass this access to pleasure that we are considering today. And so I can talk a little bit later about sort of the details of the argument, but that's the position I carry, and that's one I continue to advance. And it's been a really, really exciting, I think, engagement to try to bridge what was, at least for a brief moment in history, our government's recognition of access to pleasure for Black Americans as a formal right to be recognized, and linking that to some of the more current calls for that right or access to pleasure today.
Thank you for laying that out. And you've provided me with something I hadn't thought about, but that's the best part of these kinds of conversations. Right? That goes back to Brittney now. And I'm not in eloquent rage. I'm going respectability, right? I hear you talking about pleasure,
Yes.
right? And whether, regardless of which Black bodies that right attaches to, I'm wondering if there are either internally, meaning group, or even personal, right? Internally driven limits on even acknowledging that right within the broader context of continuing to play the politics of respectability.
So let me first say, Brence, this is a really brilliant argument. It has me thinking in multiple directions because I was more familiar with the 1866 law. But what you have me also thinking about, so one, I'm thinking about the limits of the law to actually protect pleasure, because part of what we tend to do in gender studies is to say like concepts like consent and pleasure are shaky until Black people are granted certain rights because they don't have any consent or they don't have any protection of their possessive will or their individual will until freedom, right? But I'm from the northern part of Louisiana, and my folks still live on the ancestral land they lived on at the end of slavery. And when I was doing research about slave narratives that came out of that part of Louisiana, most of the Louisiana studies focus on New Orleans, but I grew up several hours north of New Orleans. There was a lovely slave narrative from the 1930s where a man talked about how after hours, after folks had worked in the fields all day, he said, we would get together and go off into the woods. And the phrase was, we would get together and go off and have pleasure among ourselves, right? And it occurred to me that rendering of this kind of fugitive pleasure that enslaved folks, even in the context of slavery, managed for themselves outside of the prying eyes. It means, one, that there's a long history and genealogy of Black pleasure that is not reducible to the context of freedom. It means that Black folks found ways to enact pleasure, even in contexts that were set up to deny it. And then part of what that means when we then think, we move forward in the decades to think about what happens with respectability politics, which is something that folks really, kind of spend a lot of time on. I always want people to historicize what we mean by respectability politics, right? Because I think that there's a knee-jerk thing going on that is not always helpful. And so when you talk about that first generation of Black folks that are out of slavery and then their children, so the second generation of Black folks out of slavery, they institute respectability as an ideology because they are like, these people are lynching us because they're mad that we're free. And they're also pulling our women off the streets and raping them, or when we have to go clean their houses because it's the work available to us, then our folks are subjected to intense sexual violence and other forms of indignity. So maybe if we get educated, maybe if we show that we are able to do the work of being productive citizens, we can protect ourselves. So it is a strategy that Black people enact in conditions of extreme violence as a mode of survival. And the thing is, so in my first book, Beyond Respectability, one of the things that I argue is that even those women who are saying like Black people need to act right and get right and do right, are actually not so dogmatic about respectability as we think. They're, dipping off and dancing late at night. They're finding joy and pleasure. Even I'm thinking very specifically about somebody like Mary Church Terrell, a daughter of both Tennessee and DC and Washington, DC, who lived in LaDroit Park, who was a denizen of respectability, one of the primary theorists of Black respectability politics. And at the same time, a person who said, I don't know why Black people think that they shouldn't dance, because dancing is like one of the best things you can do for your health, right? So there's more complication and nuance, and some of that is about, when are white people watching, when are they not? How do we navigate the white gaze? In this moment, I think that part of the challenge for us is we do have an investment as community in respectability politics. And that investment is still this long running shame about our own sense that how well we do reflects on our people. And when our people aren't doing well, not only does it harm them, but it also constrains our possibility. And it's a thing that we have to talk about in fairly elite spaces like this, because the thing that happens when you get this kind of degree and you have this kind of credential, you come home and you're seen as a leader, you're seen as representing the community in a particular way. And one of the unfortunate parts of that history is that sometimes our people come home and then they proceed to moralize other folks and say, well, you don't have what I have because you made terrible choices and you did this and that and the other. And what I like is that for me, in the aftermath, I think that Ferguson 10 years ago this year becomes the moment where there's a broad cultural shift and where our communities start to say, wait a minute, we have this argument especially wrong, because whether you come in a suit or you come, with your pants sagging, they will tear gas you one way or the other. It does not matter. Respectability, degrees, comportment, and articulation are no respecter of persons when it comes to whether or not you can be subject to the violence of the state. And so what I want Black folks to do around respectability is to have a historical narrative that says, yes, when you put on your suit and tie and you go down to the courthouse to defend our people, you should show up with the professionalism and with the strategy, because that is what is required of the space. But what you shouldn't do is fall for the okie doke and think that the strategy is actually a sufficient explanation for why our folks are being so eaten up by the system, right? It's not a failure of articulation, comportment, education, dignity, behavior that is the reason these systems come for us, but our ability to master those codes can be the difference between the wind and the whirlwind for our people.
Thank you. Yep. All I have to do, I'm over here signifying but you can't hear that when I'm off mic. Okay, so back to you, Brence. Civil Rights Act of 1875, right? You're like in my lane, right? This is my jam. I look forward to us having further conversations, given the fact that we're interested in the same sort of stuff and looking at it from similar perspectives. Let's go to the civil rights cases though, right? And out of all of whatever 5 cases that are the civil rights cases, for those of you all who are unfamiliar, are the cases that allow the Supreme Court not only to strike down the civil rights of 1875, but then to lay the groundwork for what would come to fruition with Plessy, right? Mrs. Robinson, right? Mrs. Robinson is one of those folks who is a plaintiff. She's on the train, right? So there's a conversation about race, class, access to pleasure and leisure, and the extent to which the stuff that Brittney's talking about, for example, come to erase the real narrative about who it is Mrs. Robinson is, and impose on Mrs. Robinson this narrative of she's got to be a prostitute because she's traveling with her nephew, who I guess is better able to pass, but she's clearly a woman of color. So she gets denied the accommodations that she paid for in the ladies' car, in part because of how those who were the conductors on that train saw her and rewrote who she was to fit into their own understanding of why, in their mind, a woman of African descent would be in the company of and kept, apparently, right? Because she's got money at that point and wants to assume that she shows up for the train and she, from head to toe, is in finery, right? But the narrative that made it make sense to the conductor was she was his paid companion crossing state lines to, in fact, engage in immoral acts and conduct. I know it's a long wind up to the question, but what about the impact of class on the ability of people of African descent to even access joy, leisure in particular, but joy?
Yeah, so beautiful question. And I think I'd actually like to sort of take a step back, because I think conductors in that situation could probably get away with the narrative like that because of some of the preceding narratives that I think were around the 1875 Civil Rights Act to begin with. And sort of this is picking up a bit on what Brittney was talking about, but it's a slightly different consideration of respectability. And that is, when you had the enactment of the 1875 Civil Rights Act, you had lots of criticism about whether this kind of access to pleasure, to public amusement, was a worthy right, whether it was a right that was of the same status, for example, to the kinds of rights that were recognized in the 1866 Civil Rights Act. I think, to put it simply, whether these kinds of rights were silly. And so to operationalize the act for everyone, it essentially grants full and an equal enjoyment of the accommodations, advantages, facilities, and privileges of public institutions, including, quote, theaters and other places of public amusement, end quote. And again, this is the first time as a part of this nation's human rights tradition where the right to be an amusement seeker is formally recognized. And again, this is a right that is growing out of these anti-slavery considerations of what kinds of rights we're going to extend to newly enslaved folks, what are going to be the contours of this kinds of freedom that we're going to now consider these newly enslaved formerly enslaved, Black Americans to have. And so when you have that enacted, I mean, I think reviewing the history of what legislators had to say about it, I think it's pretty telling. So for example, I'm going to read a few quotes. There was one Georgia senator, for example, who said that freed slaves should not be associates in pleasure. Another Georgia senator said that focusing on the right to public amusement would divert the Negro from the pursuit of remunerative labor and honest industry. Another appellate judge, after the act was enacted, stated that I would have selected some more precious and beneficent privilege and protection. So you had this, when we think about respectability, I mean, a lot of folks did not hold these kinds of rights to be of sort of the same level of dignity as these other folks. And so I think by the time you teed up for the civil rights cases in 1883, it's pretty easy for the court to also make a distinction between what it recognizes as these political rights that are worth protecting, the kinds of rights, again, that are reflected in the 1866 Civil Rights Act, and what it called these social rights, the kinds of rights, for example, to have access to the theater or to other public places of leisure. And in the court's mind, when you think about what freedom actually means, and it conceptualized freedom as a way to, or as a context in which some of these more formal rights would be recognized. And I think what's fascinating, and just to try to bring it up to speed here to where we are now, I think we have we face similar challenges, right? And I think this is why I began with where all of this thinking began for me, because this was right before 2020, when we have what most folks consider to be some of the most socially dynamic protests going on since the 1960s. And I think many others, was really trying to find my place as a part of this movement. Like, what kind of activism would I be performing? What would be the limits of that activism? And I think a part of that consideration was, what kind of world are we really imagining for Black Americans after all of this is said and done? And for me, it felt inadequate to have just a call for the end of police brutality, or to have restrictions on voting rights ended. Obviously, those are important and noble. But I'm not sure, and this is, hearkening back to something Brittney mentioned at the very beginning, I'm not sure that that's where dignity ends for Black Americans, And so for me, it was really trying to offer up this access and engaging with this kind of work. It was really trying to offer up this right to joy and pleasure as something as equally important as the world we're imagining for Black Americans in the future is obviously a world wherein police brutality is no longer the case, or these other important pursuits, but it's also one where Black people can just be. And I don't think it was coincidental that, or I think it was maybe a poetic coincidence that at the same time that we're having these pursuits, we also have incidents like Christian Cooper, for example, who is verbally assaulted because he's out bird watching, sort of enacting a very simple form of pleasure. And you have that alongside some of these more obviously dramatic and very public displays of state-sanctioned violence and other forms of harms against Black bodies. And so for me, this is what makes it all worth it, because I think I just want to remind us that obviously these kinds of social movements to those kinds of ends are important. But I think we deserve more than just that.
Okay, so this is actually a question for both of you all. Brittney, we're coming through Toni Morrison, yet another Bison, right? Brence, we're coming through David Walker, right? And the idea, what links the two of them for me, among other things, is what they wrote and believed had very little to do with white people, right? It centered Black people, and the white gaze didn't figure into what Morrison is writing in the 20th century and what Walker writes in his appeal. I mean, it's not called the appeal to the free citizens of the world, right? It is the appeal, or David Walker's appeal to the colored citizens of the world, which to me is incredibly powerful, because he's very clear about to whom he's speaking, and the fact that those who held the levers of power, as it were largely beyond his concern, similar to perhaps some of the work done around the colored conventions. I'm wondering are we able to get to, or no, I'll ask you because I'm here, right? So this doesn't apply to me. What's the impact of operating within historically and predominantly white institutions in terms of that search for advocacy around and articulation of Black joy?
I'm going to let Brittney take this one.
Okay, so a few things. I mean, y'all have me all in my scholar bag today, so this is great. Because I just want to call Ida B. Wells' name, because Ida B. Wells is in these civil rights cases, and is also pulled off a train in 1883 and sues, and her case becomes part of this like additional striking down of these early civil rights acts. I also want to offer to this conversation a little known thing about my career is that I'm also part of a Black feminist collective called the Pleasure Ninjas. And we came together in 2013 because we wanted there to be a set of conversations publicly about the politics of pleasure within Black communities, within movement spaces. And I also want to offer to this conversation that, you know, when you say, Brence, the right to just be, you know, it's not 2020 that galvanizes this conversation. It's 2012, 2013, and 2014. And it's really important to say that. It's the killing of Trayvon Martin while he is walking home with a pack of Skittles and a can of iced tea, talking to his homegirl on the phone, right? He is talking to Rachel Jontel. They are kikiing, as the kids say, and he gets stalked and murdered in his own neighborhood. 17-year-old kid, right? Just doing what kids do. That is the moment, you know, and I'm saying that because I'm an intellectual historian and because so much of that early work that does sort of set up the moment of 2020 is being actively eluded in this moment. And it's like, it was a decade of protest, right? And one of the things that I loved, one of the interventions that happens in Ferguson in 2014, when those cops pull those tanks out and tear gas that community every night, you know, there's a moment where some of the activists there literally just start playing games in the street. They play hopscotch, they double dutch, they jump rope, because they like, you know, their intervention was, oh, they think we're playing, so let's play, right? And so there's a way that Black communities also turn the, you know, they keep turning the lens of play and pleasure and joy in the midst of state violence, right? It's those memes that come out in 2015 and 2016 where you see Black girls twerking in front of a line of officers, right? Where you see Black boys crip walking in front of the cops, right? But they're doing it as a way to say, we see your show of state power and it is not going to constrain our own sense of our dignity, our right to joy. You're not going to reframe us as violent. And in fact, Black people then use the performance of joy and dance when being confronted with state power in this very visual way to disrupt the visual field, right? So that we can actually see which direction the violence is coming from as a critique. But so for me, what that means, I mean, look, the thing that I think about white institutions is that, you know, look, I don't like HBCU versus PWI conversations because I tend to think they're fairly limited. And I think that people are disingenuous on all sides of that conversation. Like on the one hand, you know, I saw people when Claudine Gay gets, you know, badly mistreated and dethroned from Harvard saying, well, you know, that's why y'all need to be in Black institutions. On the other hand, you know, which is not helpful and not correct, because we can be anywhere that Black people want to be. I think that's right. And on the other hand, I see my PWI folks who feel defensive about that, not acknowledging that, like, on the first day of my PhD program, when I walked in with my Howard University degrees and I went into this predominantly white space to start a PhD, and we're going around the table and most of my colleagues had gone to Ivy's, and then I said I went to Howard, the Black girls' faces certainly, their heads certainly went like, oh, and I was like, yeah, we all here together. Hey, Harvard, hey, Yale, hey, Penn, we're all here together, right? Because Howard can do that for you. And so so it's like some of that defensiveness that we have is about the fact that we know that there's going to be a second question about our qualifications because we go to Black institutions. And at the same time, I don't think the flex is to just like knock people because they don't go to Black institutions, right? Like I don't like it on either side. But what I remember about the moment that I also entered that PhD program coming from Howard is, one, I'm a big old Black lady, and white folks would literally just bump into me and keep going as they walk through campus, right? Like they literally would just bump into me and keep, like, they couldn't see me. And I was like, I'm a fat Black girl. You see me here. What are you talking about? But there was also this way too, that like that time in Black institutions fortified me so I could see, excuse the language, but I could see the bullshit from a mile away. And I was undaunted by it and I was unimpressed by it because I had had the time to spend not out to spend outside of the white gaze, just being in community with Black folks. And that fortifies your system in a particular way, and it allows you to be unimpressed. And so for me, what that has meant moving through white institutions is that I make it part of my joy practice and my political practice to, in every moment that I can, let white people know how absolutely, utterly unimpressed by them I am. And I learned that at Howard. I learned it before, that's also my grandmama, like, don't be impressed with nobody, right? Like, don't be impressed with Negroes that think they're fancy. Don't be impressed with white people. Like, nope to any of this. But I'm serious, but this sort of critical demeanor of being unimpressed becomes really important when folks are throwing money at you and folks are sort of performing superiority. And your ability to sort of say, I have the right to be here just because this is the best place for me to be. I'm a gift to you in this space because you are not worthy in terms of the institutional violence and invisibilizing function that these spaces perform. My showing up here is like, to be Hurstonian about it, like, let you have the pleasure of my presence, right? And so I actually do walk in with that kind of sensibility. It helps a lot. And I think it requires you then to not engage, in false humility, to not engage in false modesty. And in fact, to have a little bit of swag, to have a little bit of braggadocio, to have a little bit of pop your collar, to have a little bit of that kind of Black cultural, the things that arise from a joy practice, right? You shrink in places where you think you got to prove something to people. When you sort of go in with an internal sense of joy that is like, I'm worthy. I have a lot to learn. I have a lot to contribute, but I'm worthy, and my dignity is not tethered to how well I am recognized or received in this institution. Then you become a whole problem in the best of ways, right? So you always kind of have to put these things in context. And for me, that is why joy becomes a critical resource, because it is the thing that allows you to know who you are in every space. And so when people are like, why aren't you shaking? I'm like, oh, because y'all are being foolish and racist and terrible. And that's a reflection of the sort of, morally bankrupt nature of your project. It doesn't have any reflection on what I bring, right? And that, but I also credit Black institutions, both Howard in particular, and also the Black church, with being the space for the inculcation of that kind of somebodyness, right?
Okay. I'm gonna take that lag as all right. Brittney's provided us with a complete response that resonates. So there's nothing to there's nothing to add. You brought her up. I wasn't necessarily going here. You brought up Sister Gay as in Claudine. And I'm wondering, I know this is gonna sound cheeky and I kind of mean it that way, but not necessarily. All the focus on whatever DIB plus whatever, right? Because they keep adding letters, right? Is it a distraction to keep us occupied so that we stop working to be free? And I ask that question because, and I know, y'all can't see it because we got this thing here, but behind me is a portrait of Charles Hamilton Houston on one side and William Hasty on the other side. So I might be making the ancestors feel a particular way, but I often wonder if equality under the 14th Amendment is going to get us free. Even more than that, I question whether the watering down of equality as a legal proposition, right? Because Browne introduces this notion of diversity that then gets picked up later on as being the reason why Browne came about, which strips Browne of all kinds of important historical context. But does getting caught up in defending diversity, for example, mean that we're expending energy that could be better used to pursue freedom?
This is what if I may, I want to respond to the 14th Amendment piece. I'm not sure I have an answer to the question about the degree to which a focus on diversity distracts from freedom, or the quest for freedom. But what I will say is that as it relates to the 14th Amendment notion you mentioned, I mean, I think one of the big attractions for me to the 13th Amendment as a potential source of anti-discrimination law is that, you know, again, earlier I talked about for me, it's about a framing. You know, on its face, it outlaws slavery or forced physical servitude. I think if you reframe that, it is a guarantor of freedom. And as the Supreme Court has interpreted the 13th Amendment, most recently in 1968 in Jones versus Mayer, it made clear that by slavery, we mean also the badges and incidents of slavery or the vestiges of slavery. And so if you put all of that together, the 13th Amendment theoretically guarantees freedom from slavery and the kinds of practices and vestiges and badges and incidents that are reminiscent of slavery. And I think that implicates, obviously, a whole wide range of the kinds of practices, namely the discriminatory practices that affect Black Americans today. I've written at length about the relationship between the 13th Amendment's guarantee of freedom and the right to quality public education. I'm a former high school teacher. Obviously, I continue to teach in the law school context. And so I'm really curious about that relationship, but I think a very powerful argument could be made about a lot of practices, including pleasure. You know, as I said at the beginning, trying to build on Amy Drew Stanley's work and make the argument that this recognition of all kinds of rights of which enslaved Black Americans were deprived, it relates to how we might conceptualize the 13th Amendment's guarantee of freedom today and the practices that Black Americans endure today. And so for me, it's almost like this sort of this remedial nature to it. I think it holds a lot of reparative power. You know, we talk about reparations and everything, and that's one of the other big reasons I'm so attracted to the 13th Amendment, because I think it offers a potential legal basis. Now, of course, you know, the Supreme Court is not stated as much, neither do we have a federal court, but theoretically it is still available. Jones versus Mayer, for example, is still good law. And there are lots of increasingly more and more scholarly calls for us to consider the 13th Amendment, especially as a substitute for the 14th Amendment, in terms of actualizing the kinds of rights that we've been litigating, and unsuccessfully for the most part, under the 14th Amendment. And so I just wanted to add that piece in response to the 14th Amendment part of the question, for sure.
I appreciate you adding that, because I mean, I agree, right? And I think that 13 is incredibly underutilized. Conspiracy theory or not, right? Because those who are interested more, this is Lisa Crooms-Robinson's opinion, let's be clear, right? Those who are interested in forming alliances, depending on the time of her life that you're talking about, Murray is one of those people. Mm-hmm. Right? You've got to advance a legal theory that allows, in the case of Murray, white women to see themselves as natural allies with, for example, Black women. But if it's 14 doesn't decenter whiteness, right? It doesn't challenge the normativity of whiteness in the way that 13, I think, can.
Right.
right? And I think that's a really important shift in terms of what one expects to get on the back end of it if you work it all the way through sort of the system, as it were. But I'm reading the chat and trying to be careful with my words. So the last question I'm going to ask, and then we can go to perhaps some questions from the audience, as it were. It seems to me that both of you all are advancing an analysis that is affirmative in nature, right? We have a right to joy. That's counter to a lot of the framing that seems to capture the imagination of folks who are operating within spaces, arguably attempting to achieve the same thing. So there's a difference between being, let's say, anti-discrimination, anti-racist, anti, right? We're real good at defining what it is that we're against. But there's a poverty of imagination among folks in terms of, but what are you for, right? And it seems that focusing on joy frees us up to imagine things that anti-frame can't even get to, because it's not about saying what you're against. It's about envisioning and daring to dream about what it is that you're actually for, what it is that you actually want. And I'm wondering if that resonates with the two of you all. If it doesn't, why it doesn't, right? How is it implicated in your own work and lives?
So the word that comes to mind as I listen to you, Dean Crooms, is world making. World making. Joy is the center of a world making project, right? And so when you say we are being affirmative, we are talking about building the kind of worlds where Black people get to live and thrive. And so joy becomes a critical compass in the direction of that world. And in fact, I'm working on a book on I have a couple of books I'm working on, but one of them is on like how Black people understand and think about time. And one of the things that I sort of argue there is that joy is its own temporality, right? That joy is the thing that persists for you. So like if you think about white guilt, or even in elite Black spaces, you think about survivor's guilt, right? Because we made it, who didn't, what is our responsibility to folks? And the thing I think is like, guilt is this thing that tethers you to the past in particular ways, all the futures that weren't and haven't been and are not going to be, right? Happiness tethers you to the present in a certain way, because your happiness goes up and down on a scale based on whether your life is going the way you want it or not. Joy is this more persistent temporality that allows us always to be both grounded in the moment we're in, cognizant of the past we carry, but always with a view towards a vision of the future that is about Black living and thriving. And you can't get there without an affirmative vision. And so it's the reason why you'll see me very forthrightly say, I am a feminist, and I don't come and say, I'm anti-sexist, I'm anti-patriarchal. I am anti those things. I am anti-racist, but what I am for is a world that is gender-free, what I'm, that is not constrained by limitations of gender. Part of the reason, right, as a Pauli Murray scholar as well, part of the reason that it took us so long, I did not hear Pauli Murray's name when I was a student at Howard. Like, it's amazing to me that we talk about Pauli Murray in the Howard context now, because we did 25 years ago when I came to Howard, they weren't teaching about Pauli Murray. Then I learned about Pauli Murray at a white institution from Black feminist professors who taught me about Pauli back then. And some of that has to do with the ways that our own constructions of gender in Black communities did not allow folks to value Pauli Murray's contributions. It's sexism, but it's also an early form of homophobia. It's also an early form of transphobia that Pauli Murray's encountering in the vaunted halls of Howard University Law School. It's at Howard Law School that Pauli Murray coins the term Jane Crow, because of those very men you talking about, for all their brilliance, right, weren't even imagining a world where Dean Crooms would be dean one day. You know what I'm saying? And so when we're talking about joy, we're talking about what is the spiritual practice that will sustain you in the building of a new world. And so this sort of skepticism about the limits of the law to do it is like a thing that I bring to the conversation as a radical Black feminist, that there's a part of me, I am not, I am thinking through my relationship to abolition, right? But if abolition in the contemporary context has any utility, it's only utility as far as my question about it is, how safe are Black women in an abolitionist context? And I don't think abolitionists have good claims beyond the utopian for that. But when I think about the world they're trying to build, right? The thing that I think is, because I don't want pleasure or joy to be litigated in terms of one's legal rights. I want them to be understood in terms of one's human rights, right? That because you exist, that these things are not tethered to statehood, to nationhood, to municipal context, right? Because we have so many stateless folks. We have so many undocumented folks, right? And so our rights discourse becomes limited when you put it up against the backdrop of joy. But the compass of joy is always, what is the world that we can build together? Because the thing that I, think about when I think about the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment context is all of the Black world making that happens in the aftermath of those amendments, right? The churches, the Black colleges, the marriages, the finding family, the migrations, right? The building of all of that, those amendments are part of a Black world making, Black world building project. And I think the thing we have to ask ourselves is, okay, well, what are the things we need for the Black world making, Black world building project that we need for this moment? And I think if we think about the ways in that way, then you can get me into a conversation about the juridical. Otherwise, I'm mostly like looking at it and thinking about its failures. But if we think about the things that it made possible in terms of Black world making, then maybe we're back into a conversation about the possibility of the law to facilitate worlds where Black people get to like self-fashion and self-determine.
Brence, you got any?
Yeah, sure. I wanted to add to that, although Brittney, during the last part of her section, essentially covered what I wanted to name. But first, I wanted to endorse Brittney's TED Talk on time and race. Highly recommend. Again, very incisive commentary, but that's of no surprise to most of us. And I also just wanted to sort of call back to what Brittney was just talking about, because it's something I've written about as well. Brittney made the point that, when we're thinking about sort of grappling with what pleasure looks like, especially in the context of sort of social justice or, dynamic protests, et cetera. I mean, I think she's absolutely right. Obviously, there's a history of this that precedes it far before 2020. And she was talking about 2012 and 2013, but we could take it even further. I mean, and Brittney herself named this about how in the context of slavery, you had those who were enslaved sort of reclaiming their bodies in ways that defy the social structures of the time in order to give themselves pleasure in various forms. And I think that that's quite powerful. And I think this connects to the other part of what Brittney was talking about, because, I mentioned earlier about when you have the enactment of the 13th Amendment and the 14th and 15th Amendments, this is all in response to sort of people grappling with what freedom should look like. And sure, and I've done this as well. You can take a close look at what legislators have, stated and what they articulated about what the beginning and limits of freedom should be. But I think a very useful place to look too is just what those folks who had been formerly enslaved were now doing. they were acting in ways that they imagined free people acted. And so, as Brittney mentioned, they were building schools and founding churches and doing whatever else. And so, I think, again, connecting it to the 13th Amendment, and this is what I'm particularly interested in, when we are conceptualizing what that freedom looks like, that the 13th Amendment theoretically guarantees, there are sort of lineages of not just pleasure practices, but practices of full freedom and humanity and dignity that we might take our clues from in terms of what still needs to be protected today.
And the only thing that I want, I wish we could talk forever, right? We can, but it's just not gonna happen this afternoon. The only thing I was gonna say, Brittney, is, and what you just described, those are the times when I'm sad that the campuses are separate, right? Because we had overlap. Because I joined the faculty in '93. J. Clay Smith is the one who came to me as a young law professor and said, "You say you're a feminist." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Who you need to be writing about is Pauli Murray." And that goes back to before I had my kid. That's like 96.
Wow.
Right? So we were having the conversation. We're just separated by Rock Creek Park.
Right.
Right. And the other thing about Jane Crow, right? Depends on which Jane Crow we're talking about, because only one of them is intersectional. The other one is by way of analogy and centers white women.
Yeah.
And this is not meant as an apologist for the institution that I have spent my entire academic career at. Murray's first fight with respect to Jane Crow, in her own words, was when she took on Harvard.
For sure.
Right. But that's not to say what's happening here can be excused, because she writes, she's seeking admission,
right?
And they write her back and say no, and then she writes that cheeky response that basically says, "If I could change,
yeah, that's right.
Trust me, I would."
Yeah. But isn't the Harvard invitation after the Harvard invitation is because Murray is the top of the class at Howard? Right. But then in Murray's autobiography, I'm still figuring out the she, they pronouns around Murray just to honor her. Right. But in the autobiography, doesn't Murray then say, like, the law professors at Howard, like, were, it's Ransom, it's Hasty, that they, and all the men in the class, like, basically obliterated her voice. And, and that this was like her encounter with Jane Crow. I feel like in that second autobiography, she sort of relocates it at Howard Law, which is slightly before the Harvard thing, right?
And absolutely. And the fact that Murray comes in and ends up being not just the valedictorian, but graduating first, being the only woman at that point to graduate in that class.
That's right.
But there was no denying, particularly after that first year and the grades came out, right? And the professors and her other students had an opportunity to interface with her. There was no denying the brilliance, which is part of the reason why Ransom holds on to the seminar paper that they then bring out and say, maybe we can use this in that cluster of cases around Browne, and then you add Bowling v. Sharp to the case. So it's a mixed kind of relationship. But I like to say her first for real fight against Jane Crow was when Harvard was like, absolutely under no circumstances are you coming here.
Yeah. No.
Okay, so we have in the chat, this looks like, from one of my colleagues, Alice Thomas. asking a question about how, I'm paraphrasing, sorry, how do you address the question of pleasure and reflect on it in terms of the Tulsa massacre, why am I, Florida.
Rosewood.
Thank you. I was like Greenwood, but that's green from Tulsa and wood from Rosewood. Wilmington, North Carolina in the postbellum period, where in some ways that violence is a direct response to and reaction to what appeared to be the visible practices of joy in some ways. Yeah. Either one?
I mean, again, you know, I mean, I think the thing is that what I want to use is what Black folks do with freedom as our marker for how we build worlds to protect that kind of vision. So when you look at Rosewood, when you look at Tulsa, when you look at Wilmington, what you see is the kinds of worlds that Black people make when we have the opportunities to make worlds unencumbered by the problem of white violence. And the ways in which we are insistent on building these worlds over and over again. You know, and look, and those cities are just the ones you know about. I'm, you know, part of my lineage is in Shreveport, Louisiana, and I do a whole project there that is about this kind of vibrant Black community in that, you know, it's the third largest city in the state. It has a vibrant Black community in the 1920s. Black people are doing all kinds of cool stuff in any place you can find us in the 1920s. It's not just the Harlem Renaissance or the Chicago Renaissance or the DC Renaissance. It's all of these locales really trying to build these kind of vibrant forms of Black socialities, right? And I think the thing that is hard for me about this moment, which is for me, an enduring question. What Black folks did with abolition and freedom in the 19th century and the early part of the 20th century is they built Black institutions of all types, right? Not just churches, but, you know, schools, but whether we think about families, whether we think about like, you know, your tailor, your neighborhood, your skating rink, like all of these things. Now, what you have in this moment that I find to be a challenge is that our communities are so deeply anti-institutional, right? We don't trust institutions. One, because we don't trust the government because we have been abandoned by the government over and over again. But the innovation of those earlier moments that we like to dismiss because they were so quote unquote respectable is that they actually built an infrastructure to sustain Black life when white access wasn't, you know, available. Now we're in a moment where we're seeing this sort of return of a kind of 19th century white supremacist violence, but without the kind of institution building sensibility that you had to survive it, right? Because people say abolition and folks say world building and world making, and I want to know what kind of world they think I'm talking about, because I'm not talking about some world that exists in your head and lives in a cloud. I'm talking about your ability to go get care. I am talking about who's gonna teach your kids, where you gonna get food, who's growing the food, who's making the clothes, who's caring for the elderly. That's institution building projects like that, like the Black Panthers, for instance, understood. And so now what we have is movements, we have fervor, we have commitments to a critique of white supremacist violence, but what we don't have is any sensibility around like a certain kind of institution building. And I'm not talking about insularity, and I'm not saying we all have to live together, but I am saying, how do you build a parallel universe to actually care for Black people in deep ways, you know, in this revolutionary world that folks want? And that for me is like the reason why I think that whenever we do this knee jerk, like, oh, respectability, whatever, then you erase all the worlds all of those respectable Negroes were building. And what they were doing was building worlds, right? And we can critique the limitations of the worlds they built, but we haven't managed to build anything comparable though. And you know, and that is part of the challenge.
Absolutely. Y'all have any more questions?
Yes, we do.
Oh, you do?
Yes, we do. Thank you,
Go ahead.
Pernell and Ms. Cooper and Dean Crooms
Hi.
for enlightening conversation. So we have a couple more questions. One was, when you use the word joy, what does it mean to you? And a second part of that is, do you interpret it as being an individual right? That's more personal, that everybody thinks about themselves, or is it a macro right that society should pursue collectively?
I'll respond to that. I think, and it's not a particularly long answer. I think my interest. I think there are lots of interesting theoretical conversations to be had between in making out the differences between happiness, joy, pleasure. I think I've been particularly drawn to the notion of pleasure because I'm interested in the historical and legal sort of lineage of the term, especially as it flows from, again, the 1875 Civil Rights Act. I mean, that's been sort of my niche project. And when I use the term pleasure, I mean, it's just something as simple as satisfying a personal desire in a way that one would like. I mean, I think obviously there are lots of forms of pleasure practices. And I think to answer the last part of that question, I think it's both. I mean, I think we could experience this individually or collectively. I think the notion, though, that I think is especially important, and I think somewhat ties back to the earlier question about the incidents in Tulsa, Wilmington, et cetera, and tying that to pleasure is that, the quest for racial justice and the pursuit of pleasure don't necessarily have to be divorced, that in fact, they sort of inform each other. And here I'm channeling a lot of the work of Adrienne Maree Browne when she talks about how, access to pleasure opens up possibility for further social change, or the statement that, when I am happy and I can ensure that I'm happy or pleasured, then the world is happy. And that it does sort of start with making sure that you are taking care of yourself in order to take care of the rest of the community.
I have a couple of things to say about that. One is, I think that part of the reason, so first of all, I think that what I want us to do is have a rigorous engagement with what we mean by pleasure. That don't mean I want us to work hard. I watch the young people on social being like, I'm about the soft life, and I too am about the soft life, for sure. But but look, part of the thing we have to say here is that when we're talking about pleasure, when we're talking about joy, like sometimes the problem is like, what about capitalism though? Because these things become collapsed. And so then so much of your ability to access what we call pleasure and leisure is about having money. And
Yes.
so I'm trying to get at concepts that our people can access whether they have money or they don't have money. And so what is joy? What is pleasure? What does leisure look like in the hood, right? What does that sense of internal thriving and purpose look like when when you aren't rich, right? Particularly in a world where everybody think they want to be a billionaire right now, right? And it's rooted in kind of perverse capitalist practices that always seem to like exploit our people. So one, I think that that's why we've got to be very clear about what we're offering to people when we make this turn towards pleasure, when we make the turn towards joy. And that's why you saw me sort of like rooting in the Black church early. It's not about a kind of religious dogma that says you got to believe in Jesus. That's not my point of view. It's more that I'm trying to think about things that are not given to the exigencies of like shifting political winds, right? We're at the most fraught political moment that we've ever been in our country in our lifetime, where we might in fact go back and relive Reconstruction if we're not careful, where you literally see Texas challenging the right of the federal government to control what happens at the border. Like there's all these little skirmishes happening every day where folks are trying to reenact the politics of the Civil War, and to say that the federal government doesn't have jurisdiction over the nation in particular ways, in ways that ought to really have us on edge and have us really thinking about whether or not democracy is going to hold. And that's why you see me saying, when the law is not able to hold to the machinations of a white violence project, what do Black people do then, right? What does pleasure and joy look like in this context where the law is getting a workout, where its elasticity and its ability to hold the center of this thing together is not particularly stable. And we're in a moment where it is the most unstable it's been. And when we talk about these historical figures in the 1870s and 1880s, what is really important about them is that they're Ida B. Wells and them, right? They're the people that lived through Reconstruction and the end of Reconstruction.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of us don't actually, all the rest of us have lived through a vaunted 20th century project and early 21st century project that looks like linear progress. And now we're watching it all be swept away. And so I'm like, let's look back and see how these Black people, Ida B. Wells is born in 1862. By the time so as a young woman, she can ride the trains unfettered by Jim Crow. Then by the time that's teens, early 20s. By the time she's in her late 20s, she's being pulled off the train. By the time she's 30, Homer Plessy is being harassed on a train in Louisiana. That's her coming of age in young adulthood, right? And now we're living through a version of that again. And so when we start going to our people and talking to them about pleasure and joy and happiness and all of those words, we got to do that with a rigorous sense of what kind of violence is actually trying to encroach. But I wanted to give two funny moments that I think are a hat tip to like the collective project of Black joy. One is the Battle of Montgomery. Last August, the Battle of White Chair, as I like to call it affectionately. I have not laughed so hard in many, many years, like with Black people for days, right? And then more recently, like when all of us found 3 hours 2 weeks ago to watch Cat Williams talk super crazy to Shannon Sharp. Like there is a Black collective joy project that is also wonderful. That also those can fall victim to corporate media, which we don't control, right? That can fall victim to our inability to sort of own property rights, to be like the way that we have taken technologies not built with us in mind and transformed the possibilities of those technologies says something to me about the possibility of Black sociality and about the indefatigability of the Black Joy Project, right? It's like the last version of this is like, so when we're in the middle of the pandemic and, so we had Versus, right? Everybody was just at home listening to, D-Nice and watching Versus. We broke Instagram doing that. That technology was not built, right, with Black joy in mind or with 1 million people showing up to watch anything. And I think a lot of white people were like, what are these Black people doing? But there's this sociality that we have that is forged through these collective histories of understanding how you survive a moment where the government abandons its responsibility to protect you from the plague. And somehow Black people are like, so, 1 million of us gonna get together and we gonna watch, whoever, right, battle it out. That's the Black joy world making that I want us to sustain, and to see it in action, and to think about what are the structures that we need so that when we need to do that, we recognize the revolutionary thinking and vision and visionary capacity of those kinds of moments.
I have two things to say. One, part of what you all have shared, it reminds me of Derek Bell, right? Because Derek Bell would say the evidence of the joy is doing the electric slide, right? As he envisioned it. And I want to acknowledge what Brittney has said, and it's not white, but this sits on my.
You have made my day.
Just for that reason. So I love your reference to the Battle of Montgomery, no doubt.
I mean, also Shirley Chisholm. I just call Battle of Montgomery Shirley Chisholm, the remix, right? It's like.
Thank you all for spreading some joy right now. We appreciate it. Another question that we had was, if the right to joy was to be recognized as a fundamental right, would the subject nature of the word joy or the subjective nature of the word joy open doors for the misuse of the right and allow people to abuse it?
I guess it begs the question from me, how do you abuse joy? Meaning you enjoy your own joy at the expense of other people's joy?
Correct.
Right?
I mean, lynching was the original white joy project. I mean, to the point.
Huh. It's got to be emerging and situating of the individual within the context of broader community, where the analysis is that perhaps if there is something that brings an individual, I'm trained over on main campus as an economist, so bear with me, right? So if one person's joy requires others to be denied that joy, then that's an illegitimate choice. Which means we would, beyond having to sort of reimagine the 13th Amendment in particular, we'd have to all be able to agree to change the rules, right? Because right now, the elevation of the individual and which leads to minimizing institutions and systems means that one person, that we're all encouraged to seek as much joy as we can grasp, everyone else be damned, right? So all we're concerned about is ourselves, or all we are concerned about are ourselves. But it would have to be a fundamental shift away from that individualism. And I think going back to, let's say, even the first panel this morning, that kind of conversation about institutions and systems is the very thing that's being shut down by those who want to stop CRT, who want to rewrite African-American history as is reflected in the AP African-American history course and test. And at some point, there's got to be a reckoning, but the hope is that the reckoning benefits and acknowledges the collective, right? And we begin to minimize the importance of the individual vis-a-vis the collective, so that an individual does not see as a legitimate choice something that will elevate that individual at the expense of the collective, I think.
Thank you all. That was a great conversation. And I think that I speak for all of us when I say that it's one that we all need to have more in our communities outside of events like this. And now we are going to move on to another form of joy, which is music, and I'll pass it on to Warrington.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. And what a fantastic last panel that we just had. And we are very excited to move on into the next one. My name is Warrington Seabury. I'm a 3L here at Howard University School of Law. And I serve as the Senior Notes and Comments Editor for HCR. And it is my distinct honor to start us off with an introduction for this panel. And I will be introducing Professor Tunine Chisholm. Tunine Chisholm is an Associate Professor of Law here at Howard University School of Law. A legal scholar in the areas of intellectual property and reparations, Professor Chisholm focuses her research on the exploration of and practical remedies for moral conflicts and equity issues posed by the granting and/or restriction of certain intellectual property and other intangible rights. Professor Chisholm is a prolific scholar that has published in multiple prominent publications, such as the University of Pennsylvania Law Review and the Yale Journal of Law and Technology. Professor Chisholm has been named to the national roster of arbitrators for the American Arbitration Association since 2010. Her ADR practice encompasses commercial business, complex construction, product liability, intellectual property, and entertainment disputes. A former litigator with many years of national practice experience, Professor Chisholm has represented talent and corporate entities in a variety of matters related to music, film, television, literary arts, fashion, patents, chemical manufacture, software, product liability, and more. Here at Hustle, Professor Chisholm teaches an array of classes such as constitutional law, entertainment law drafting, the morality of intellectual property,
and First Amendment, Civil Rights, and Entertainment, a seminar that explores the intersection of entertainment law and social issues. Did I mention Professor Chisholm has 2 engineering degrees, that being biomedical and chemical? I think that's actually insane, and we are very fortunate to have Professor Chisholm with us here as she trains us to be social engineers. Professor Chisholm is also active in developing students outside of the classroom as she serves as the chair of Hustle's Federal Clerkship Development Program. She leads students in Howard Law's Entertainment Capstone and Externship. She's an advisor to the Sports and Entertainment Law Student Association, and we, the Howard Human and Civil Rights Law Review, are proud to have Professor Chisholm as one of our faculty advisors. It is a distinct honor for me personally to introduce Professor Chisholm and to share the stage with her, as she taught me constitutional law and served as my advisor for my law review note that I wrote on the topic that we are discussing this afternoon. It was not easy, but Professor Chisholm pushed me, as she pushes all of her students, to truly learn, think critically, and to maximize their potential. And so while I have this time, I want to give you your flowers, Professor Chisholm, for all that you've done to support me and to develop my skills. So thank you, Professor. Now, everyone, please give a warm welcome to my professor, Professor Tunine Chisholm.
Wow, thank you so much, Seabury. I am very pleased to be a part of HCR as an advisor, and more particularly this program. I'm very excited about the conversation that we're about to have. And so I want to start by introducing Emerson Sykes, who is a senior staff attorney at the ACLU, focusing on speech, privacy, and the technology project. He focuses on First Amendment free speech protections. From 2019 to 2020, he was also at the host of At Liberty, the ACLU's weekly podcast. He's also an adjunct professor at NYU. Do I have that right? Yes, at NYU. And he's joining us, in fact, today from class. So I want to give a special shout out and welcome to Professor Sykes' class for joining us today and for sharing him with us this afternoon for the symposium. Prior to joining the ACLU in 2018, Professor Sykes was a legal advisor for Africa at the International Center for Not-for-Profit Law, the ICNL. In that role, he provided technical legal assistance to civil society leaders, government officials, law students, and other stakeholders across Africa to improve the legal framework protecting the freedom of association, freedom of assembly, and freedom of expression on the regional and national level. So First Amendment, First Amendment, First Amendment, we have an expert in our midst. The resume is long, and I want to allow us as much time as possible to have our discussion. So I'm going to truncate a little bit, but notice that I'm leaving things out. So even leaving things out, I'll mention that Professor Sykes was Assistant General Counsel to the New York City Council, where he worked to increase transparency for council members' discretionary spending. He contributed to the council's Friend of the Court brief against NYPD's Stop and Frisk program. He was a senior policy fellow in the Office of the Member of Parliament in Ghana in 2011. So a global rights activist. And currently he is one of the lead counsel for the ACLU on an amicus brief